Chapter 66. Emotienga shook her sleeves. Several things flew out and were buried in the soil. Soon after, she grabbed a few restorative spirit pills and stuffed them into her mouth. After doing these two things, the figures of a few people appeared in the poisonous fog. Emotienga immediately tightened her grip on her greenwood sword. Morongzi, on the other hand, endured the pain and stood up. There were a total of 3 people, all of whom were 10th layer Qi refining cultivators. The one in the lead was a middle-aged cultivator, a young man about 20 years old, and an old man about 50 to 60 years old. The 3 of them didn't seem easy to deal with. Since the middle-aged cultivator was the leader, he must have the highest status or the most powerful. The young man was able to reach the 10th layer of the aura refining realm at such a young age, so he must also have some skills. As for the old man, there was no need to talk about him. He had a lot of experience, so he must be the most cunning. When he and Morongzi glanced at each other, both of them smiled bitterly. He had just experienced a bitter battle, and he had actually encountered such a combination. The 3 men stood not far away, cautiously sizing them up. Both Emotienga and Morongzi secretly pretended to be indifferent and tightened their grip on their flying swords. After a while, the young man couldn't help but ask, "Senior brothers, what are we waiting for?" The old man frowned and slowly said, "Be careful." They all saw the corpse of the iron-teethed crocodile on the ground. Although it was already dead, there was still a huge pressure remaining. It was obvious that it wasn't a Tier 1 demonic beast, which caused them to hesitate. For 2 people to be able to kill a second-ranked demonic beast, it was obvious that these 2 people definitely had extraordinary skills. However, they themselves were not to be trifled with, so they were unwilling to let it go just like that. It must be known that the corpse of a second-ranked demonic beast could definitely be exchanged for a foundation-building pill. Caution, consideration, fanaticism. These expressions appeared on the faces of the 3 of them in turn. He was worried that his opponent would be too strong and lose him, but at the same time, he was unwilling to let go of such a great benefit. The corpse of a second-ranked demonic beast could not only be made into a spirit tool, but it could also be made into a magic tool for foundation establishment cultivators. This was another huge fortune. The young man couldn't restrain himself and shouted, "Senior brothers, what are you hesitating for? Are we going to let them off for nothing?" The old man said, "These 2 aren't easy to deal with. Don't be rash." Finally, the 2 of them looked at the middle-aged cultivator between them. For a time, the middle-aged cultivator was also hesitant. He had no confidence in killing them, and he was unwilling to let them go. However, the 2 of them were looking at them with indifferent expressions, as if they didn't care about their decision at all. In fact, Emotienga and Morongzi weren't relaxed at all. Although Morongzi had taken a small reversion pill, healing his injuries wasn't something that could be done in a short period of time. Fighting while he was seriously injured repeatedly had already caused serious damage to his meridians. Right now, his expression remained unchanged purely because of his unswerving determination. Emotienga was the same. She was fully aware that they had just gone through a bitter battle, and both of them were exhausted. So how could she not be nervous? However, she was no longer a child who hadn't seen the world. She had traveled extensively with second uncle and experienced many fights of magical powers in the past few years, so she knew she couldn't show weakness at this time. The middle-aged cultivator struggled for a long time before reluctantly saying, "Let's go somewhere else to take a look." The 3 of them turned around to leave. Emotienga and Morongzi secretly heaved sighs of relief. They really didn't have the confidence to fight them. Unexpectedly, the 3 of them suddenly stopped. The middle-aged cultivator sneered. "We were almost fooled by them. After killing a second-ranked demonic beast, even if they weren't injured, how much spiritual aura would they have left?" Right after he said that, the 3 of them turned around and immediately split into 3 directions to flank them. Emotienga immediately slapped a defensive talisman on her body and released her greenwood sword. Morongzi's reaction wasn't slow either. Although he didn't have any talismans, he still had his spirit tool. The flying sword mixed with iron essence was extremely fast and flew out in a flash. The 2 of them struck first and gained the upper hand, catching their opponents off guard. The young man looked at the two flying swords flying towards him, and momentarily panicked. These two swords were very fast, so they obviously weren't ordinary weapons. He had no choice but to dodge in a hurry. Emotienga stealthily shifted her position, and threw out a large number of fire thorn seeds, temporarily trapping the young man. Just as she was about to tell Morongzi to deal with the old man together, she heard a muffled groan. She turned around and saw Morongzi clutching his chest while spitting out a mouthful of blood. The flying sword he was controlling was also swaying in the air. Emotienga was shocked. Senior Martial Brother Morong. The three of them were overjoyed. The young man was trapped and couldn't escape for the time being. The middle-aged cultivator and the old man glanced at each other, then simultaneously attacked. The middle-aged cultivator took out the most common spirit tool in the cultivation world, the flying sword, while the old man threw out a mirror. Emotienga hastily recalled her greenwood sword, but it only managed to block the mirror. The flying sword rapidly stabbed towards Morongzi, but Morongzi barely managed to dodge it. The flying sword brushed past his shoulder, causing blood to blossom. How could the middle-aged cultivator let go of this opportunity? He quickly flew towards Morongzi, caught the flying sword, and stabbed it towards him. Emotienga wanted to help, but the old man's mirror was really powerful. After being blocked by her, it flew back to the old man's hand. He immediately flipped the mirror over, and a golden light shone towards her. Although she had a defensive barrier on her body, she didn't dare to block it, so she could only take back her greenwood sword to block the golden light. Right at that moment, the middle-aged cultivator had already closed in on Morongzi. Seeing that Morongzi didn't have any strength to fight back, the middle-aged cultivator revealed an evil grin and stabbed the flying sword in his hand. Pooh! The flying sword pierced deep into Morongzi's body. Blood flowed down the blade of the sword, but at the same time, the middle-aged cultivator let out a loud, "Ah!" and let go of the sword to cover his abdomen. A flying sword pierced through his abdomen on his back. It was Morongzi's incomparably sharp flying sword mixed with iron essence. Emotienga's expression changed greatly, but she heard the other party shout, "Senior Martial Brother Zhang." Morongzi and the middle-aged cultivator perished together, but the other party didn't look angry. Instead, they panicked. In just a short moment, one of them was trapped and the other was killed. The old man made a prompt decision. He put away the mirror in his hand, then immediately fled into the distance. Perhaps the reason he could survive until now was because he was timid. Emotienga didn't chase after him. Instead, she swung her flying sword, ending the middle-aged cultivator's life, then turned towards the remaining young man. Once the young man saw the old man fleeing, his expression immediately became very unsightly. He swung the large knife in his hand, chopping the fire brambles in half, and attacking Emotienga. Emotienga had never met an opponent who used spirit tools to attack like a secular martial artist, so she couldn't react in time. Fortunately, she had defensive talismans on her, so she retreated while parrying with her greenwood sword. She wanted to counterattack, but she didn't have much spiritual aura left, so she could only retreat slowly. Seeing that she didn't dare to take his attack, the other party had a complacent expression on his face as he approached step by step. Emotienga suddenly smiled. A formation flag appeared in her hand, and she waved it lightly. All of a sudden, with a "pa" sound, the formation flags and formation discs that were hidden suddenly stood up. The young man turned pale with fright, but he was already bewildered by the scene in front of him. Yellow sand filled the sky. It was like a desert in the far west. Apart from that, there was nothing else. This was a formation she hastily laid just now. Originally, she wasn't sure if she could use it. Fortunately, this young man was an impulsive person, so she lured him into the formation step by step. Now that he was in her formation, he was naturally at her mercy. She waved the formation flag again, and the scene changed again. Spells of the 5 elements flew towards the young man in an endless stream. The young man brandished his knife to block them, but he discovered that these spells disappeared upon contact. They were simply illusions. He was so angry that he cursed loudly. Emotienga once again swallowed a restorative panacea, then grabbed a talisman. She controlled her greenwood sword, and attacked the young man in the formation together. The young man thought it was an illusion again, so he didn't block them. He was immediately hit solidly and couldn't be more dead. Emotinga heaved a sigh of relief and withdrew her greenwood sword. When she thought of Morongzi, she hastily ran back. Senior Martial Brother Morong. She once again helped Morongzi up from the ground. Emotinga discovered that his breath was already very weak. He was already seriously injured. The two of them encountered the iron-teethed crocodile, and after a thrilling battle, they finally killed it. Then they encountered these three enemies. His abdomen was pierced through. He basically relied on his last breath to kill that middle-aged cultivator. But in the end, he couldn't hold on any longer and collapsed. Right now, his spiritual aura was exhausted, his meridians were damaged, and his dantian was also pierced through. He simply couldn't be saved. Morongzi slowly opened his eyes and said with difficulty, "Junior, Martial Brother Yi." Emotinga nodded. "I'm here." Morongzi spat out a mouthful of blood. Emotinga hastily supported him. She pressed her palm against his and channeled spiritual aura into his body. This made Morongzi feel a bit better. He showed a faint smile and said in a weak voice, "I know. I can't hold on anymore. Please do me a favor." Emotinga promptly nodded. "Senior Martial Brother Morong, please speak." Morongzi pulled out his chinkuan bag with difficulty and gasped for breath. "In our clan, the one with the most hope is Xiaoyan. Please give the demonic beast and the flying sword I killed to her." He closed his eyes and said, "As for the rest, I'll give it to Junior Martial Brother as a souvenir." As he spoke, blood kept flowing out of his mouth, and he firmly held onto Emotinga's sleeves. Upon hearing his last words, Emotinga sighed inwardly. "Rest assured, Senior Martial Brother. I'll bring the things there." Morongzi smiled, but his eyes were filled with unwillingness and sorrow. He finally loosened his grip, his head tilted, and he breathed no more. Emotinga was stunned for a long time before she regained her composure. Although she didn't have any friendship with Morongzi, she still felt sad. This was the omnipresent death of cultivators. Not long ago, although Senior Martial Brother Morong was seriously injured, he was still talking cheerfully and full of confidence. But in the blink of an eye, he became a corpse. She wiped her face, erased this sadness, then stood up to clean up the scene. In any case, she had to continue living, building her foundation, forming her gold core, forming her nascent soul. She had to live happily. First, she removed the chinkuan bags and weapons from the three corpses, then burned the corpses clean. She only put Morongzi's ashes in a jade box. Soon after, she cleaned the bloodstains on her body and sorted the things in the three chinkuan bags. She used up a lot of her own medicinal pills and talismans, but fortunately, the two Wuxia sect disciples still had some. All three of them had the corpses of demonic beasts on their bodies, but the other two only had 3 to 5, while Morongzi had more than 10. After pondering for a moment, she took out a chinkuan bag and put all the demonic beasts the three of them hunted into it. She then put all the spirit tools on Morongzi's body into the chinkuan bag. After all, she had gone through thick and thin with Morongzi and was acquainted with Morong Yen. These spirit tools were useless to her, so she might as well return them to Morong Yen. That is, if Morong Yen was still alive. Soon after, she went to deal with the iron-teethed crocodile's corpse. This iron-teethed crocodile's carcass was a valuable material for refining tools. While she was cleaning up, she found the flying needles Morongzi left behind. These flying needles were sparkling and transparent, almost traceless. They were indeed good for sneak attacks. She then put all of them into her chinkuan bag. After she finished sorting everything and replenished her spiritual aura inside the formation, Emotinga decided to leave the poisonous spring. That old man from Wuxia sect had escaped, so who knew if there would be anyone else coming? It would be better for her to find another place to hide. Emotinga couldn't help but sigh when she turned around to look at the poisonous spring. Not long ago, they were talking cheerfully and wittily, but now, they were already a pile of ashes. Chapter 67. She entered the valley at 7 a.m. yesterday, so it was now 1:15 a.m. Emotinga calculated that she still needed 6 hours to leave the valley. A lot of things could happen in 6 hours, and a lot of people could die. She needed to be more cautious. The exit formation would be opened in the center, and the more central the area was, the more dangerous it would be. Emotienga thought for a long time before she decided to wander around the periphery. Once the formation opened, she would go to the center. Moreover, she had to use her divine sense at all times. Not only did she have to avoid people, but she also had to avoid demonic beasts. This was somewhat difficult, but it was still safer than staying in the poisonous spring. Who knew whether that old man from Wuxia sect would call his fellow disciples or not? After all, the corpse of a second-ranked demonic beast was very attractive to aura-refining cultivators like them. In the east of this forest, there was a 300 feet tall waterfall. In the southwest, there was a high mountain. In the north, there was the cliff they came down from. And in the northwest, near the cliff, was the poisonous spring. The only way to leave this forest was to the northwest of the poisonous spring. However, the poisonous spring was an extremely dangerous existence. Not only were there demonic beasts that lived in groups, but there was also a poisonous fog that filled the air. There were also unknown dangers in the deep water, so no one would think of leaving from there. Therefore, nearly 1,000 aura-refining cultivators were in this forest. Even though this forest was very large, and it wasn't easy to meet friends, it wasn't difficult to meet people. An hour after leaving the poisonous spring, Emotienga had already met several groups of people. What Morongzi said was true. The three groups had already formed teams to guard against danger and to kill enemies. In order to avoid these people, she spent a lot of effort. Her breath-concealing technique was only passed down from Yi clan's records, so it couldn't be considered brilliant. However, because the spirit-concealing jade pendant not only concealed her physique, but also had spiritual aura-gathering and purifying effects, the effects of her spells were somewhat enhanced. Because she knew her limits, she was even more cautious. Whenever she sensed someone from afar, she would immediately avoid them. Along the way, she could clearly see the fierceness of the battle. More than once, Emotienga saw traces of fights of magical powers. Charred trees, cracked ground, and congealed bloodstains. Every dark red puddle on the ground perhaps represented the end of a life. Sometimes they would come across corpses that had not been disposed of. Some of them were dressed in purple, some in yellow, and some in green. The frozen expressions on their faces were all hatred and fear. Occasionally, she would see familiar faces. They were fellow disciples or sisters she had met in the sect. Fortunately, there weren't any fellow disciples that she could call friends with. Later, she gradually became numb to it. No matter what kind of marks she encountered, she could turn a blind eye to them. Nevertheless, despite being so careful, she was still discovered by the two Wuxia sect disciples. With the greenwood sword guarding her side and several talismans in her other hand, Emotienga discreetly observed her surroundings. Among the two people besieging her, one was a robust man whose physique wasn't inferior to Louis Dao's, and the other was a beautiful young married woman. The young woman was in the 10th layer of the aura-refining realm, and the burly man was in the 9th layer of the aura-refining realm. Moreover, both of them seemed to be very experienced in fights of magical powers. One in front of the other in the back, they blocked her way. The surrounding trees were very dense, and the two directions that the two of them were blocking were the easiest points to break through. Emotienga couldn't help but frown. It seemed escaping was impossible, so she could only kill them. However, these two people had silently surrounded her, so they might not be easy to deal with. She had to think of a way to deal with them. After sizing her up, the robust man uttered an "eh" and said, "Wife, this brat seems to be the one old man Shin mentioned." Old man Shin? Emotienga pondered for a moment. Could he be the old man from Wuxia sect who ran away from the poisonous spring? However, she didn't expect the two people in front of her to be husband and wife. This young married woman's cultivation level was high, and she was beautiful. But she actually chose such a crude man whose cultivation level wasn't obvious as her Dao companion? Emotienga couldn't help but glance at the young married woman. The young married woman saw her face and said with a smile, "Husband, it's not like you don't know that old man Shen has always been timid. However, this little brother is quite handsome. What a pity." Upon hearing the young married woman praising another man's handsomeness, The robust man grunted with dissatisfaction. Wife. The young married woman seemed to be very proud of her husband's jealousy. She covered her mouth and laughed for a while before saying, Husband, what are you afraid of? No matter how handsome he is, won't he still die in our hands? The robust man felt her words were reasonable. He chuckled and said, Wife, you're right. He then turned towards Emotienga and glared at her. Brat, hand over your life. Right after he finished speaking, Emotienga had already made her move. Her greenwood sword swiftly shot forward, but it was a feint. The raging flame talisman in her hand, which was hidden under the light of greenwood sword, flew out of her hand. The robust man was about to attack, but his initiative was seized. He immediately became furious and brandished the spirit tool in his hand, aiming to hit greenwood sword. His spirit tool was a huge iron wheel, which seemed to fit his body shape perfectly. He was quite confident in using his spirit tool to fight against Emotienga. Unfortunately, Emotienga's real killing move wasn't on her spirit tool. Greenwood sword retreated after being hit. After the iron wheel repelled greenwood sword, it still fiercely rushed towards Emotienga. At the same time, the young married woman behind her also opened an umbrella and threw it at her. Emotienga didn't panic. The raging flame talisman had already arrived. With a loud bang, the robust man let out a blood-curdling scream. Just as the iron wheel and the umbrella were about to reach her, Emotienga's figure suddenly disappeared into thin air. In the next moment, Emotienga appeared in front of the robust man. She thrust the greenwood sword in her hand, ruthlessly stabbing the robust man's chest. The robust man let out a shrill scream before he suddenly fell to the ground, no longer breathing. Husband! The young married woman screamed and rushed over. Emotienga used light body technique to jump and avoid the umbrella. She was able to successfully launch a sneak attack this time, because her cultivation level was one layer higher than the robust man's. But the robust man still underestimated her. Pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger was indeed the most useful trick in the cultivation world. This young married woman seemed to have deep feelings for her husband. When she realized her husband was no longer breathing, she angrily rushed towards Emotienga, wishing she could tear Emotienga's body into 10,000 pieces. Nevertheless, Emotienga didn't plan to fight her head-on. Her enemy had obviously lost her mind, so she didn't want to die together with her. Talismans and spirit tools were continuously thrown at her. Emotienga only dodged them by relying on light body technique. It wasn't until the other party was obviously so angry that she couldn't control herself that Emotienga threw the greenwood sword, talismans, and a handful of seeds at her. Seeing that Emotienga was using the same method to deal with her, the young married woman was furious. She patted a defensive talisman on her body and used the umbrella to block Emotienga's attack. Her other hand grasped a handful of talismans and was about to throw them at Emotienga. But she didn't have the chance. Before she could throw the talismans, she felt pain in her body. The hand holding the umbrella powerlessly slipped, and she fell to the ground. After confirming that the two people were dead, Emotienga collected their things and dealt with their corpses. She didn't stay for even a moment and ran away. This fight of magical power seemed to go very smoothly. In just a moment, she finished dealing with the two people, but in fact her losses weren't small. In order to deal damage to that burly man, she had used up 5 or 6 flame talismans, which was equivalent to dozens of spirit stones. Moreover, she had also used a priceless invisibility talisman, which second uncle had spent a lot of money to buy. She killed the young married woman while she was panicking. It seemed like she used the same method she used to attack the burly man. But in fact, she mixed the talismans with the sparkling and translucent flying needles left by Morongzi. That was why she was able to silently break through the young married woman's umbrella and defensive barrier. Although she had a lot of experience in fights of magical power, this was the best time she had ever achieved her predetermined goal. She made a decision in a split second and immediately attacked without making any mistakes. In the blink of an eye, she gained the upper hand. Emotienga carefully reviewed this fight in her mind. She was in a calm and focused state, grasping all the details in her hands, making the most correct decision in a split second, and hitting the target with one strike. She wanted to remember this feeling. This was the best state for fights of magical power. Someone else was in front of her. Emotinga turned around, but she didn't run far before she sensed several people's breaths not too far from her. She had no choice but to restrain her breath, find a tree, jump on it, and hide herself. The first group to pass by was a mixed group of people from Jindao School and Yunwu sect. Emotinga didn't plan to go out and greet them. With so many people together, it would be very easy for them to be discovered, and it would also be easy for them to fight. Although it would be safer with more people, more disputes meant more chances of death. These people passed by very quickly. Emotinga pondered for a moment and decided not to come down. Instead, she continued to sit on the top of the tree with her breath restrained and took out the chinquan bags she obtained just now. The seeds in her hands were already used up, but there were still a lot of talismans and medicinal pills in the chinquan bags of these Wuxia sect disciples. There were also several good spirit tools. However, for aura refining disciples, spirit tools that hadn't been refined by themselves weren't easy to use and could only be used as backups. In addition, the flying needles left by Morongzi were quite useful. Controlling these flying needles required divine sense rather than spiritual aura. So aura refining cultivators couldn't use two spirit tools at the same time. If these flying needles were used well, very few aura refining disciples would be able to defend against them. After putting away the things that were useful for fighting, Emotinga jumped down from the tree and continued to move forward. She hadn't gone far when she was startled. There were a lot of corpses on the ground. There were disciples from all three cultivation groups. When she saw the faces of those dead Yunwu sect disciples, she realized that they were the ones who just passed by. As it turned out, they actually ran into another group of Wuxia sect disciples and perished together. Emotinga shook her head and collected these people's chinquan bags. She then set a fire and burned all the corpses. On her way here, at least 50 to 60 people had died, and there were still many places she hadn't been to. She was afraid that after 4 hours, less than half of the people would be able to leave this place alive. Thinking up to this point, she couldn't help but sneer. Wuxia sect probably didn't expect this, right? Merging Yunwu sect and Jindao School resulted in the loss of countless high-level aura refining disciples. Among these people, they were the group of aura refining disciples with the highest hopes of building their foundation. As a result, the number of foundation building cultivators in the next 100 years would be greatly reduced. They wouldn't be able to become the 8th cultivation group. On the contrary, their strength would be much weaker. Therefore, she wasn't the least bit afraid of being punished for killing people, because at that time, they would discover that they couldn't afford to lose aura refining disciples. Chapter 68. In the dense forest, a figure was flying. She didn't stop until she couldn't sense the breaths of other cultivators behind her. What bad luck! Emotinga covered her chest with her hand. She felt the aura inside her body surging and felt very regretful. It was all because she was too careless. She thought she was very safe after laying a formation in her hiding place. As a result, the spiritual aura fluctuation of the formation was discovered by a group of people from Wuxia sect, who planned to surround her. She was able to escape this time thanks to the several escape talismans she had, and the formation that helped her resist for a while. Otherwise, if she had to face 5 or 6 people who were coming at her aggressively, she probably wouldn't even have ashes left. Her aura was a bit unstable for a while after she used the escape talisman forcefully in the encirclement. She swallowed an aura-nourishing pill and looked up at the starry sky. It seemed to be the hour of the evening now. There were still more than 2 hours left before the exit formation would open. With the fierce melee, there were fewer and fewer people alive and more fighting scenes. Along the way, all she encountered were corpses, not people. Thinking of this, Emotinga shook her head and smiled bitterly. She didn't care about what happened to other people. It was good enough that she could save her own life. At this moment, she felt the aura inside her dantian was still unstable. She hesitated for a moment, and finally found a tree with luxuriant branches and leaves. She jumped on it and restrained her aura completely. She didn't lay a formation, nor did she use her divine sense. She just quietly adjusted her aura. Although she wasn't seriously injured, if she didn't adjust her aura, it would be very disadvantageous for her if she encountered an enemy again. She didn't want to use the escape talisman again to escape, lest a minor injury turned into a serious one. As time passed, no one came to this place. It seemed that there were indeed not many cultivators alive in the forest. Emotinga sighed inwardly. After experiencing several life and death battles, she felt more and more indifferent. Even death couldn't easily move her. Perhaps, after seeing it many times, she felt it wasn't a big deal. There were so many deaths on the path of cultivation. If she didn't get used to it, how could she go further on the road to immortality? She was glad that she could adapt so quickly. Her aura gradually stabilized, and she breathed a sigh of relief. There seemed to be a demonic beast nearby. She could vaguely hear its roar, but obviously, no one wanted to catch it now. The more people died, the more likely it was for the survivors to obtain the foundation-building pills. Moreover, killing others and directly obtaining the spoils of war was much faster than slowly killing them one by one. Even she herself had obtained many demonic beasts that were killed by others. The two cultivators she killed in the poisonous spring, the husband and wife who besieged her, and the group of people who perished together with her. In addition to the 20 to 30 demonic monkey corpses on her body, she basically didn't need to take out all of the demonic beast corpses to obtain a foundation-building pill. Therefore, she didn't want to cause any trouble. Just because she was used to death did not mean that she would kill. As long as others did not offend her, she would not make a move. Thinking of this, she smiled bitterly. Sure enough, he had become a cold and heartless person. All of a sudden, the sound of light footsteps entered her ears. Emotinga opened her eyes. She didn't use her divine sense, so she didn't notice him until he came close. Then, through the branches and leaves, he vaguely saw several pairs of feet. It seemed like there were 3 people, 2 men and a woman. The woman's footsteps were staggering, which was very strange. She tilted her head but didn't move. She continued to hide. In a situation where she couldn't even protect herself, it was better not to meddle in other people's business. The voices of these people came from below. Big brother, why did you walk for so long? This voice was very young and sounded very impatient. Another voice, which was slightly lower, answered, How would I know? Hey, stinky girl, you're not lying to us, are you? Cough, cough. The woman's coughs rang out. Emotinga couldn't help but frown. This voice, Senior Marshall Brothers, why are you so anxious? Can't you sense the demonic beast's spiritual aura? That demonic beast is guarding that vermilion heart fruit tree. It was Morong Yan's voice. This answer seemed to have been muddled. The younger one said, What you said seems to be reasonable. As the footsteps gradually faded away, Emotinga muttered to herself for a moment, then quietly slipped down from the tree and quietly followed them. The cultivation levels of these 2 male cultivators couldn't be considered high. One was in the 8th layer of the aura refining realm, while the other was in the 9th layer. They actually survived until now, and were even together with Morong Yan. Moreover, based on their conversation, it seemed they wanted Morong Yan to take them to find some vermilion heart fruit. She had never heard of this kind of spiritual fruit. Could it be some kind of mystical fruit? Emotinga shook her head and denied this idea. If it really was some kind of mystical fruit, Morong Yan should have gone to pick it a long time ago. Why would she wait until now? She must have been caught by these 2 men and used those words to deceive them. Emotinga quietly approached them and carefully observed the situation. Sure enough, Morong Yan's hands were tied and her body was injured. The 2 male cultivators were Wuxia sect cultivators. One was in his 20s while the other was in his 20s. They soon found the demonic beast's location. Soon after, she saw the 2 men fly into a rage and pull out their spirit tools. Stinky girl, you actually dared to deceive us brothers. However, Morong Yan was also very quick-witted. She desperately dodged to the side and cleverly startled the demonic beast. She then hid behind the 2 men, and the demonic beast pounced on them. This demonic beast was a first-rank giant ape. Although its cultivation level wasn't obvious, its skin was thick, and its flesh was extremely strong. For a moment, The two men's hands and feet were tied down by it. Seeing this, Morong Yin quietly retreated. Taking advantage of the fact that the two men weren't paying attention, she hastily ran backwards. "Big brother, this whore wants to run." The younger one fiercely stared at Morong Yan's back. The older one used his spirit tool to block the giant ape's attack and shouted, "Chase after her. She actually deceived us. We can't let her run away." "All right." The younger one withdrew his spirit tool and chased after the giant ape. After barely blocking the giant ape's attack once again, the man muttered, "This won't do. She's too strong. It seems I have to use a treasure." With that thought in mind, he took out a pigeon egg-sized purple ball from his robe and threw it at the giant ape. With a loud boom, the giant ape was instantly blasted into a bloody mess. The rocks and trees in the vicinity were all blown away, raising the area within a radius of 30 meters to the ground. The man felt a bit of heartache as he watched the bloody mess. There wasn't a single piece of flesh left on the ground. It was unclear whether he was feeling heartache for the corpse that couldn't be pieced back together, or the treasure he used. After feeling heartache for a while, he clenched his teeth and turned around to chase after his younger brother. However, he only ran a few steps when he heard his younger brother's miserable scream. Startled, he hurriedly ran forward. "Third brother! Third brother!" Before long, he found his younger brother lying on the ground, and there was no one around him. Emotienga pulled Morong Yen and ran madly. She only stopped when she could no longer sense that person's breath. Morong Yen looked at her gratefully. "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, thank you. Fortunately I met you. Otherwise Emotienga shook her head and said with a smile, "Senior Marshal Sister Morong, you don't have to be so polite. It was nothing." She paused for a moment, then asked curiously, "Senior Marshal Sister, what happened?" Emotienga's question made Morong Yen smile bitterly. She shook her head and said, "It's all because I didn't like cultivating before. This time I really suffered a lot. I ran into Zixia sect's disciples several times, but every time, I narrowly escaped. Later, I ran into them. They wanted to kill me, but I lied to them that there was a strange plant here. Sure enough, it was like that." Emotienga nodded. "What was that thing in that person's hand? How could it be so powerful?" "About that, I'm also not very clear. Spirit tools don't seem like spirit tools, and magic weapons don't seem like magic weapons. It seems to be a kind of special object refined from the soul of demonic beasts, and a lightning spell. Once it's thrown with spiritual aura, it will explode. Its power is extremely powerful. From what I've seen, no one can withstand it." This was Emotienga's first time seeing this thing. Its power was indeed enormous. Perhaps no aura-refining cultivator could withstand it, so she chose to run. After all, she didn't want to lose her life. When she saw Morong Yen, Emotienga couldn't help but think of Morong Zi. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she still decided to think about it after they got out. Danger was everywhere now. If she suddenly found out that her elder brother had died, she was afraid her emotions would fluctuate and affect the fight of magical powers. Emotienga asked, "Senior Marshal Sister Morong, what do you plan to do next?" Upon hearing Emotienga's question, Morong Yen showed a bitter smile. "I won't hide it from Junior Marshal Brother Yi. Before I came here, I was full of ambition and was determined to fight for a foundation-building pill. Only now do I realize that I didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. I don't have any regrets now. I just hope to get out of here safely. In the future, I'll cultivate diligently before thinking about other things." Emotienga nodded inwardly upon hearing what Morong Yen said. It seemed Morong Yen really understood. This was good. Morong Zi's painstaking efforts weren't wasted. "Junior Marshal Brother Yi." Morong Yen hesitated for a while, but in the end, she still shook her head. "Forget it. We'll talk about it if I can get out of here alive. I'll take my leave first." Emotienga was stunned. "Senior Marshal Sister Morong, you're not coming with me?" Morong Yen suddenly turned her head. "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, you don't mind coming with me?" Emotienga was dumbfounded for a moment before she finally reacted. Could it be that Morong Yen thinks I won't be willing to go with her? Emotienga immediately smiled and said, "What do you think, Senior Marshal Sister?" Upon seeing Emotienga's expression, Morong Yin smiled embarrassedly. I was thinking too much. The two of them smiled at each other. The estrangement caused by the changes in the school during this period of time instantly disappeared. Morong Yan's expression was no longer stiff. Instead, she looked a little more relaxed. Junior Martial Brother Yi, I really underestimated you in the past. I never expected that your spells would actually be this powerful. I was indeed too lazy before. Emotinga teased her. Senior Martial Sister, it's good that you know you're lazy. I know my innate talent isn't good, so I have no choice but to work hard. She looked at the starry sky again. It was already the hour of the morning. There's still 2 hours left. Senior Martial Sister, we can get closer to the center. A hesitant expression appeared on Morong Yan's face. Are we going now? There should be a lot of people going to the center. Shouldn't we avoid them? Emotinga said. Rest assured. We're close to the opening of the exit. Everyone wants to leave, so they definitely don't want to cause trouble. It'll actually be a bit safer than before. What Emotinga said was reasonable, so Morong Yin finally decided to believe her. She said straightforwardly, then I'll let Junior Martial Brother Yi decide. I'll go with you. Emotinga nodded. Senior Martial Sister, how are your injuries? Are you okay with hurrying along? Morong Yin said, they're fine. They're just minor injuries. Since Morong Yin was sure, Emotinga didn't hesitate. Then let's go. The two of them used the light body technique and hurried towards the center. The closer they got to the center, the more people there were. Morong Yin felt very uneasy. She asked in a low voice, Junior Martial Brother Yi, are you really okay? Emotinga pulled her hand and gave her a smile. I'm fine. Trust me. Morong Yan's face suddenly turned red. In the end she nodded. Emotinga, however, didn't notice. She was still holding Morong Yan's hand and rushing towards the exit. Chapter 69. There was a huge open space in the center of the forest. Many cultivators from the 3 groups had gathered around the open space. They were all staring at each other with vigilance. Emotinga arrived with Morong Yan. Everyone's gaze fell on them, but no one dared to make a move because they were afraid of breaking the balance. Although there were many Wuxia sect disciples present, everyone cherished their lives. The disciples of Yunwu sect and Jindao school also didn't dare to make a move when they were obviously at a disadvantage. Otherwise, it would be too much of a loss if they lost their lives before killing their enemies. Without caring about these people's gazes, Emotinga found a corner close to her fellow disciples and pulled Morong Yin over. Seeing that the two of them were motionless, these people moved their gazes away from them and stared at the newcomers. Emotinga cautiously scanned the surroundings. Sure enough, Wuxia sect's main branch suffered heavy losses. There were less than 100 people present, including those who hadn't arrived yet. There were probably no more than 200. There were about 60 to 70 people from Yunwu sect and Jindao school. All of them were covered in blood and had fierce gazes. Among the people she knew, only Jiang Shanghang was present. Obviously, he had also experienced a bitter battle. Now he found a place to meditate. As for the others, Qin Shi Lui Dao and Su Jingji, none of them were present. Emotinga frowned slightly. She was a bit worried. Based on the number of people present, perhaps more than half of the cultivators died this time. She really couldn't be sure that those 3 people were still alive. At that moment, Morong Yin gently pulled her sleeve and whispered, Junior Martial Brother Yi. Seeing her pale face, Emotinga showed a comforting smile. Don't worry. In this place, Morong Yin knew that her methods and insight were inferior to Emotinga's, so she obediently listened to her. Emotinga looked up at the sky. The sky was already turning white. It was almost dawn. Once dawn arrived, the exit formation would appear here, and they would be able to leave. Emotinga picked up a clean patch of grass and pulled Morong Yin to sit down. She seemed to be meditating and adjusting her breath like everyone else, but in fact, she was secretly observing the surroundings. She believed that many people present were as vigilant as she was. At the last moment, no one wanted to throw their lives away. Another group of Wuxia sect cultivators arrived. Emotinga swept her gaze over them and frowned. She found that the old man who ran away from the poisonous spring was among them. However, she did not intend to take any action. Firstly, even though they had fought once, there was no enmity between them. Secondly, once she made a move, the balance would be broken. She still wanted to return alive. The old man also noticed her, and a look of surprise flashed across his face. Then, like her, he pretended not to see her. Presumably, many of the people present did the same. Revenge could be taken in the future, but it was not worth it to pay with their lives. More and more people came. When it was almost dawn, a few cultivators would come out of the forest from time to time and find their own camps. There were also enemies who appeared together, but they glared at each other angrily and did not make a move. Just when everyone was anticipating the opening of the formation, a loud shout suddenly rang out. "Damned girl! I finally found you! Return my brother's life!" Soon after, a figure pounced towards Morong Yen. Emotinga wrinkled her brows. She pulled Morong Yen up with one hand and used her greenwood sword with the other to block the opponent's attack. When he took a closer look, he discovered that it was the elder brother of the pair of brothers who had just captured Morong Yen. Oh no! Emotinga turned around to look. Sure enough, the atmosphere in the field changed. Everyone's gazes fell on them. Many people had already secretly taken out their spirit tools. She was extremely furious. This blockhead. Just now, when she heard the conversation between the two brothers, she already thought they were stupid. It seemed there was something wrong with their brains. She immediately took out an earth-splitting talisman with her other hand and threw it at him. Although this blockhead was slow, his reaction wasn't slow. He somersaulted and dodged her attack. Their actions ignited the atmosphere in an instant. Several Yunwu sect disciples wanted to help, so Zixia sect's side immediately took action. As a result, the two sides had already started fighting before they could arrive. Emotinga had no time to deal with the chaos. She looked up and saw that the blockhead had taken out a pigeon egg-sized purple ball and was about to throw it at her. She was instantly shocked. Morong Yan's complexion was even paler. They had seen the power of this thing with their own eyes. Once it was thrown, they definitely wouldn't be able to resist it. Seeing that the other party was about to throw the purple ball, Emotinga hurriedly took out a high-grade defensive talisman and slapped it on the talisman. A defensive barrier immediately appeared and covered the two of them. Boom! A deafening sound rang out, followed by the screams of other cultivators. Emotinga moved her spiritual aura, preparing to resist it. But in the next moment, the incoming force was easily blocked by her. Huh! She opened her eyes and was dumbfounded. Qin gnashed his teeth and shouted, "Why are you in a daze? Come and help." He raised a sword, poured his spiritual aura on it, and stood in front of them. Emotinga felt as if she had just woken up from a dream. She hastily moved her spiritual aura to share part of the impact. After a while, the spiritual aura pressure finally subsided. Seeing that they actually blocked it, the blockhead shouted angrily and wanted to rush towards them again. Since she almost lost her life, how could Emotinga be polite to him? She immediately used an ice-condensing talisman. Morong Yin also didn't stay idle. She also rushed forward with her spirit tool. She released a raging flame art. Although the blockhead's abilities weren't low, he couldn't withstand the three people's joint attack. In order to dodge the ice-condensing talisman, he was hit by Qin's spell. His movements were a step too slow, so he was immediately hit by Morong Yan's spirit tool. He staggered and fell to the ground. Seeing that he was completely dead, the three of them heaved sighs of relief. The power of this purple ball was indeed extraordinary. Aside from them, the people around them were also caught in the crossfire. Some people were even badly mutilated by the explosion. Only a few people managed to block the impact. The dead and injured were all disciples of Yunwu sect in Jindao school. Although the instigator was already dead, each and every one of them was furious. They raised their spirit tools and rushed towards the Zixia sect disciples. Zixia sect disciples also had the advantage in numbers, so how could they be willing to show weakness? They also rushed forward. Spells and spirit tools were flying everywhere in the sky. Junior Marshal Brother Yi. Qin waved at them after dealing with a sneak attack. Emo Tienga was on guard as she pulled Morong Yin closer to him. Senior Marshal Brother Qin, thank you. Don't thank me so quickly. He took out a bunch of talismans as if they were free, and gave them to the two of them. Hold on for a while. The exit will open in about a quarter of an hour. Emo Tienga also knew that this wasn't the time to be polite. She took the talismans he handed her, then turned around, and threw a raging flame talisman at the Wuxia sect disciples who were rushing towards them. This battle royale had the largest number of participants since the start of the day and night. It was also the most intense one. Spells, talismans, and spirit tools were flying everywhere. It was hard to tell whether they were on their own side or the enemy's side. They couldn't even dodge, and could only use spells and talismans to resist. In the end, the three of them had no choice but to stick a defensive talisman on each of them to resist all kinds of attacks. Eventually, a white light shone in the center of the open space. This white light became brighter and brighter, until it slowly formed the shape of a formation. It was overflowing with light and vibrant colors, and it was full of spiritual aura. Everyone's gazes were attracted by the formation. Even the fighting stopped. In a flash, everyone rushed towards the formation like a swarm of bees. Emo Tienga intentionally retreated a bit, but the people behind her also rushed forward. A group of people rushed towards the formation in a chaotic manner. Soon they were squeezed into the formation. The scene in front of them changed. Emo Tienga raised her head. With a glance, she saw the three core formation cultivators with ashen complexions. Disciples came out of the cliff one after another. Almost every one of them was covered in blood and looked miserable. Some of them were even seriously injured. Morong Yen, who was next to her, leaned towards her and whispered, "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, will we?" Emo Tienga shook her head and whispered back, "Don't worry." Although these core formation cultivators had ashen complexions, they didn't have any killing intent, so they probably wouldn't attack them. Besides, after the last battle royale, perhaps only 1/3 of the original disciples would come out alive. If they still had to be punished, they might as well recruit new disciples. Once they left the murderous environment, and didn't need to be vigilant, Emo Tienga felt exhausted all over. Her body tilted and she almost fell down. But when she turned her head, she saw Morong Yen staring at the formation with rapt attention. Emo Tienga's heart skipped a beat. She suddenly remembered she hadn't told him about Morong Zi. "Senior Marshal Sister Morong." Morong Yen answered softly but didn't look at her. She was still staring at the formation. Emo Tienga took a deep breath. She suddenly hated herself for telling such cruel news. "In fact, I met Senior Marshal Brother Morong." Upon hearing this, Morong Yen suddenly turned her head. Emo Tienga clenched her teeth and said, "Senior Marshal Brother Morong has passed away." Morong Yen was dumbfounded. She seemed to be in disbelief, but soon, her face gradually turned pale. She suddenly grabbed Emo Tienga's hand and said, "Junior Marshal Brother Yi, can you say that again?" Emo Tienga sighed and repeated, "I met Senior Marshal Brother Morong. He's already passed away." Morong Yan's face turned pale, but she didn't let go of her hand. Instead, she stared at Emo Tienga and asked, "Junior Marshal Brother, do you have any proof?" This time, Emo Tienga didn't say anything. She just handed Morong Zi's chinquan bag to her. Morong Yen took it with trembling hands and opened it eagerly. When she saw those familiar spirit tools, she finally looked sad and let go of her hands to cover her face. Although she wasn't responsible for Morong Zi's death, he died while they were fighting against the enemy. Emo Tienga felt very uncomfortable seeing Morong Yen so sad. She patted her shoulder and shook his head. He seemed to be comforting her, that this wasn't her responsibility. She forced a smile, but she didn't feel any better. "Senior Marshal Sister, don't be sad. Senior Marshal Brother always wanted you to build your foundation. You." At this point, she couldn't continue speaking. How could a few dry words of comfort compare to the sadness of losing a loved one? After a long time, Morong Yen finally put down her hands. There were no tears on her face. Her face was pale, and her expression was gloomy. She used to be a charming and lovely girl, but after a series of blows recently, she was no longer as bright and beautiful as before. "I'm sorry, Junior Marshal Brother Yi. It's not that I don't believe you, but I understand." Emotienga took out a jade box and handed it to her. This is Senior Marshal Brother Morong's ashes. Senior Marshal sister, don't be too sad. The dead are gone, so you should live better. Morong Yen accepted the jade box and the Qianquan bag. A sad smile appeared on her face as she said, Junior Marshal Brother Yi, please tell me how my big brother died. Emotienga said, Senior Marshal Brother Morong and I happened to run into each other. He was attacked by someone and was seriously injured. While he was still recuperating, we ran into a second-rank iron-teethed crocodile. Then we ran into 3 other people. In the end, Senior Marshal Brother Morong couldn't hold on any longer and died together with one of them. Emotienga simply explained, but she was still worried and emphasized, Senior Marshal sister, don't think about revenge. This hatred can't be settled. How could Morong Yen not understand this? It was just that she always felt unwilling. After a long time, she reached out to wipe the remaining tears on her face and said with a determined expression, Junior Marshal Brother Yi, don't worry. I'm no longer the insensible me from before. I know what I should do. Soon after, she laughed self-mockingly and said, although we weren't biological siblings, Big Brother always doted on me. No matter what I wanted, he always thought of a way to get it for me. Now he thought of a way to get me foundation-building pills, but I never expected the price would be his life. Chapter 70. The development of the matter was just as Emotienga expected. The person who came up with this idea originally thought it would be an opportunity for the disciples of the 3 groups to communicate, but he didn't expect it would turn into an opportunity to kill each other. Because of this, the nascent soul grandmaster of Wuxia sect flew into a rage and almost killed the person who came up with this idea. However, it was already a long time before these aura-refining disciples learned about this. On the day they finished their test, the 3 core formation grandmasters were livid. After hearing the disciples' reports, they sent several foundation-building disciples to clean up the mess. These foundation-building disciples found some seriously injured aura-refining disciples, and also reported the tragic situation left behind in the mountain forest. Soon after, the core formation grandmasters discussed something, but they didn't say anything. They just took them back to the sect and ordered them not to go down the mountain. After Senior Marshal Brother Zhou inquired about it, he told them not to worry and finally appeased some people. During this test, their courtyard lost a lot of people. Emotienga's house was considered good. Out of 5 people, 4 came out alive. The one who didn't come out was Su Jingji. Louis Dao was seriously injured, but in the end he still survived. Su Jingji, on the other hand, disappeared. No one knew who killed him, or where his body and ashes were. There was no trace of him. In this disaster, many people disappeared like this, but they didn't expect Su Jingji to be one of them. After receiving confirmation, Su clan's people came to clean up his things. Thus, Su Jingji's traces completely disappeared from this house. Soon after, the sect head announced the results of this test. Just as they guessed, there was no investigation or disposal. Instead, he directly announced the distribution of foundation-building pills. In this test, no more than 100 Yunwu sect disciples came out alive, but 40 of them obtained foundation-building pills. Reportedly, because the elite disciples suffered heavy losses, the nascent soul grandmaster of Wuxia sect decided to distribute more foundation-building pills, hoping to produce more foundation-building cultivators among them to make up for this loss. The 4 people in Emotienga's house, including Morong Yen, were among them. However, this news didn't make Emotienga happy. Morong Zi's death and Su Jingji's disappearance made her feel unprecedentedly lost. She remembered Su Jingji's irritable appearance before the test that day. In fact, she had a bad premonition that day, but she didn't think too much about it. She never expected it would be an eternal farewell. Junior Marshal Brother Yi. Emotienga, who was leaning against a tree, raised her head and saw Qin Shi standing in front of her with a wine bottle in his hand. She forced a smile and took it. Qin Shi also sat down next to her, and the 2 of them drank in silence. It was an autumn afternoon. The sunlight seeped through the leaves and shone on the body, making people lazy and unwilling to move. The surroundings were quiet, and only the distant waterfall added a little liveliness. Thinking back to a month ago, there were 8 people chatting here, a group of people ordering her around. But now, Su Jingji was dead, Lui Dao was seriously injured, Wang Qianyi was married far away, Shen Bing used her beauty to seduce people, Morong Yan was determined to cultivate assiduously, and senior martial brother Zhou was busy with his future. The only one who could come here and sit with her was Qin Shi. Senior brother Qin. If you build your foundation, what will you do? Of course it's to continue cultivating. Why do you ask? Emotinga shook her head. She couldn't tell why she was feeling so vexed. I just don't understand. What's the purpose of cultivating in the end? What was the purpose of cultivation? 80% of the people in the cultivation world would answer this question without hesitation. To live a long life. But what was the purpose of living a long life? Fighting each other like this, causing countless deaths and injuries. For the sake of living a long life. Why didn't they care about life at all? Qin Shi thought about it seriously, but he didn't answer. He just shook his head and slowly talked about something irrelevant. I was born in a noble family in the secular world. However, because I was from a branch family, I was never valued and was always bullied by others. I don't know why, but ever since I was a child, I felt that I was different from others. I didn't want to fight for favor with my brothers, and I didn't have any interest in playing. I only focused on studying. When I was 8 years old, a guest came to our manor. He was said to be our ancestor, and he seemed to be an extraordinary person. He was already several hundred years old, but he didn't look old at all. In front of him, even the most dignified clan master didn't dare to utter a word. Then I was brought to him. After he tested my spiritual roots, he told the elders that he wanted to take me away. At that time, I was still young and didn't know what I was looking forward to. I just suddenly felt that maybe this was the path I wanted to walk. At this point he turned around and smiled. Sure enough, my premonition was correct. I walked on a completely different path from my brothers in the manor. I'm still young now, but those brothers and sisters of mine have already turned into dust. Why do we cultivate? I can't answer this question. For me, cultivating is a natural part of my life. I don't need to ask why. I just want to walk on this path. His quiet narration made Emotinga feel very calm. His experiences had also allowed her to see herself in him. Just want to walk on this path. Is that it? She pressed her forehead and said in a low voice, I don't know why I walked on this path. I was young and intelligent, so I knew how to read people's faces. I was used to the fickleness of human nature, and I always felt pain in my heart. At that time, I only hated myself for knowing these things, and why I couldn't be like other children. Later, when I met second uncle, I realized I was really different from other children. Cultivation? I also don't know why, but second uncle told me that without strength, there's no freedom. Without strength, there's no freedom. Qin Shi murmured and repeated. His gaze on her suddenly had a lot of complicated feelings. Emotinga threw the bottle of wine away after she finished it. In fact, she never drank because she wasn't in the mood and didn't have the chance. Second uncle didn't drink because he said that cultivators couldn't indulge in worldly things, so she also thought the same. However, this feeling of drinking wine made her feel very comfortable. Senior martial brother Qin, that elder of yours should have left you by now, right? Qin Shi paused but didn't say anything. In fact, second uncle's lifespan is almost up. If it's not this year, it'll be next year. Sometimes I think I can accept it calmly, but sometimes I find it hard to imagine. If second uncle is gone, what should I do? If I'm like senior martial brother Su, suddenly disappearing without even saying goodbye, what should I do? She hugged herself and buried her head in her arms, not daring to continue. Qin Shi wanted to pat her shoulder, but he hesitated and his hand didn't fall. In the end he said, I'm different from you. In fact, my aptitude isn't the best, but I've never encountered a bottleneck in my cultivation. Great-grandfather said that maybe I was born to cultivate, so I don't have any obsessions or ties. In other words, I don't have superfluous feelings. I can't understand how you feel, but I know you have a heavy attachment to your feelings. If you can't let go, you won't have any achievements in the future. Emotinga was stunned. Obsession. Qin sighed and finally patted her shoulder. This is all I can say. Whether you can do it or not, it's up to you. Cultivation. Maybe for you. There are a lot of things you have to give up. Emotinga thought hard. Obsession. Because I've longed for too much since I was a child. I have an obsession? She seemed to understand. But she was also a bit confused. Qin handed her another bottle of wine. Don't think too much. If you could figure it out so easily, it wouldn't be an obsession. This requires fated chances, so take your time. After drinking another bottle of wine, her head became even more dizzy. In a daze, she heard Qin teasing her. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, you've never drunk wine before? Who drinks it like water like you do? In a daze, Emotinga raised her head and saw that there seemed to be several Qin's eyes swaying in front of her. She tilted her head and reached out to hold his head. Senior, Marshal Brother Qin, what's wrong? Do you know? Phantom technique? Qin was stunned for a moment, then he burst into laughter. In the end, he laughed so hard that he hit the ground. If I knew this earlier, I would have made you drink earlier. Unexpectedly, Emotinga stared at him for a while, then stood up and walked unsteadily towards the water. Qin shouted from behind her. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, what do you want to do? She was still swaying as she walked. Wash my face. She walked to the edge of the pool and crouched down. When she saw her reflection in the water, she was suddenly stunned. She hadn't paid attention to her appearance for a long time. Today, she finally realized that it was very different from what she remembered. Her originally sparse eyebrows now had eyebrows. The outline of her face seemed to have deepened, and her cheeks were plump. She already had the appearance of an adult. Although her head was still muddled, she was still frightened because her face looked more and more like a woman's. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, are you done? Hearing the voice behind her, she hurriedly held the water to wash her face, but the face she saw was still bright and beautiful. She was afraid Qin would discover her, so she didn't dare to look back. She panicked and thought, could it be that someone has noticed me? Junior Marshal Brother Yi. Her foot slipped, and she suddenly lost her balance and fell into the pool with a plop. Junior Marshal Brother Yi. This scene made Qin dumbfounded. After a while, he saw Emotinga struggling in the water, so he finally regained his composure. He sprang up and instantly grabbed her, who was floating in the water, and went back to the shore. He couldn't help but shake his head. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, you've really drunk yourself silly. As a cultivator, you actually drowned. Where's your light body technique? He looked down and felt even more helpless. This wasn't just an ordinary kind of silly. She actually choked on water and fainted. Qin put Emotinga down under the tree. He thought for a moment, then raised his hand. In his hand was a bright-colored peach branch. The peach blossoms were still blooming, and there was dew in the center of the stamen, as if they had just been plucked from the tree. He muttered a few words in a low voice. Finally, he waved his hand and shouted, "Go!" Soon after, the two of them disappeared into thin air. From Qin's point of view, the two of them were still in their original place. It was just that there was a faint light barrier surrounding this small area. He lowered his head to look at the unconscious Emotinga. A thoughtful expression appeared on his face. After a long time, he stretched his hand to her wet neck and felt around. Soon he pulled out a jade pendant strung with a red string. It was a round jade pendant with a warm color and clear cloud patterns. He sighed. Sure enough. Chapter 71. When Emotinga woke up from her sleep, she felt a splitting headache. She propped herself up. The room was dark, so she rubbed her head in a daze. Strange, how did I fall asleep? She sat up and circulated her energy to cultivate a small circle. Only then did her head stop hurting. She also slowly remembered what happened before she fell asleep. No, it should be before she got drunk. How shameful. She never drank before. Yet she tried to drown her sorrows with alcohol. The worst thing was that she actually forgot herself after getting drunk. She groaned and fell back. Fortunately, there was only Senior Marshal Brother Qin at that time, so no one saw Senior Marshal Brother Qin. She hurriedly sat up and touched her body. Fortunately, her clothes were intact, and the psychic jade pendant was still there. She breathed a sigh of relief, but she felt a bit regretful. She didn't remember what happened before she got drunk. She only vaguely remembered that Qin told her to let go of her obsession to continue on the path of cultivation. But she felt like she forgot something. She thought for a long time, but she really couldn't remember, so she simply ignored it. Since she couldn't remember, it wasn't important. What was important was that she had to warn herself that she couldn't relax her vigilance like this again. Fortunately, Qin didn't do anything to her. Otherwise, her secret might have been exposed if it was someone else. With this thought in mind, she got out of bed to freshen up. She then took out several moonstones from her Qianquan bag and threw them on the bed. The room instantly became bright. Although her clothes were intact, they were wrinkled and smelled of alcohol. Emotianga frowned and walked to the washstand in the corner. She then took off her coat and wiped her face. When the smell of alcohol dissipated, she took out her new clothes and put them on. She was about to untie her hair and comb it again when she suddenly saw her reflection in the bronze mirror. She froze. She thought for a moment, picked up the comb, scattered her hair, carefully parted it, and coiled it into a bun. During this process, her hair was combed crookedly several times because of her rusty technique. When she finished, she couldn't help but smile bitterly at herself in the mirror. She hadn't dressed as a woman for almost 10 years, and she didn't even know how to comb her hair. The person in the mirror was unpleasant no matter how she looked at it. She then scattered her hair again and combed it into an ordinary Taoist bun. However, the face in the mirror was still too handsome for a man. After thinking for a while, she rummaged through her Qianquan bag and found a few things. First, he used a long black strip to thicken his eyebrows. Then he poured out some gray powder from a jade bottle and smeared it on his nose, the corners of his eyes, and his lower jaw. Now that she looked at the person in the mirror, she noticed that he had sharper facial features and thicker eyebrows. He looked more like a man. He carefully erased some of the traces before putting the items away. These 2 items were actually smithing materials. But since they weren't poisonous, it wouldn't matter if he used them to wipe his face. The most important thing was that the foundation building pill was right in front of him, so he had to be a bit more careful. Once she was done with everything, she returned to the bedside and took out her Qianquan bag from inside her robe. She tidied it up, then sat down cross-legged to cultivate. Actually, she had gained many things from this trial. Just the corpses of the demonic beasts were already a great fortune. There were also pills, spirit tools, and all kinds of materials. Just the spirit stones alone amounted to over 1,000 pieces. Emotianga felt quite conflicted after she returned. Working hard for several years wasn't as good as killing a few people. Fortunately, she suppressed the injustice in her heart in time. If she ignored this ruthless thought, it would lead her to become a devil in the future. Unknowingly, several hours passed. The sky outside was already bright. Emotianga withdrew her spiritual aura, jumped out of bed, tidied up her clothes, opened the door and walked out. Outside the hall, Qin was sitting in his usual position, drawing talismans. When he heard her voice, he didn't even raise his head. Junior Marshal Brother Yi, you finally woke up. Thinking about yesterday, Emotianga felt a bit uneasy. Seeing that his expression wasn't abnormal, she finally felt relieved and said, "What's wrong?" To get the foundation building pill. Qin put away his brush and paper. When he turned his head, he was stunned. His reaction made Emotianga a bit nervous. Was the makeup on my face too obvious? After a while, Qin shook his head. I'm really muddle-headed. I feel like you're a bit different today, but I can't see what's different. Emotianga felt a bit relieved. She smiled dryly. How could it be? Aren't we getting the foundation building pill? Let's go. Qin nodded. The 2 of them walked out together. While walking behind them, Emotianga secretly wiped her sweat. Originally, the 4 of them always moved together in this room. Now that Su Jingji wasn't here, and Louis Dao was being treated by the foundation building seniors in the North Peak because of his serious injuries, this room suddenly became a lot more deserted. If this wasn't the case, Qin wouldn't necessarily be so close to her. It was only because the others were gone that they had no one to talk to except each other. The south peak of Mount Yunwu was still the same as before. The morning light shone faintly and a cool breeze caressed their faces. However, two of the people who used to travel with them were missing. Emotinga sighed softly. When they reached the steward's hall, there were already a lot of people waiting in line. The two of them obediently waited outside. Soon it was Emotinga's turn. She walked in and handed over her identity tablet. After the identity tablet was verified, she left a spiritual aura imprint on another jade slip, before she cautiously took a jade bottle from the steward's martial uncle and carefully put it away. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that this was the lifeblood of aura-refining disciples. The other disciples who received the foundation-building pill were all ecstatic, but she was still relatively calm. When she also received the foundation-building pill, the two of them went back together. Senior Martial Brother Qin, you've reached the peak stage of the aura-refining realm for quite some time, right? Do you want to enter closed-door meditation immediately? I should. What about you, Junior Martial Brother? I'd better wait for a while. I haven't reached the peak stage of the aura-refining realm yet. It won't be too late to enter closed-door meditation after I'm a bit more confident. That's good too. After they returned, Emotinga and Qin, she went back to their respective rooms. Emotinga stayed in her room for a while before she opened the door again, preparing to go down the mountain. After receiving the foundation-building pill, this matter was officially over. The prohibition against disciples leaving the monastery without permission was also lifted. She naturally had to go down the mountain to see second uncle first. However, since she just received the foundation-building pill, she was afraid she'd be targeted by others, so she pretended to come back to pack her things before setting foot on the road down the mountain. She first went to Wuxia's shop to exchange the spirit stones she consigned for medicinal pills. She also sold the demonic beast corpses she obtained this time. During this period of time, there would be a lot of people selling demonic beast corpses, so she wasn't afraid of being too conspicuous. On the other hand, when the shop assistant saw the pile of corpses, he felt great admiration. This assistant was also a disciple of Yunwu sect, so he naturally knew about the competition this time. Since there were so many demonic beast corpses, the person who obtained them must be someone with superb skills. Therefore, he didn't dare to be negligent and respectfully gave her the spirit stones. Emotinga took the bag of spirit stones. She didn't count it, and just threw a spirit stone as a reward. After that, she returned to second uncle's small courtyard after making many turns. Second uncle, a cough came from inside the room. Emotinga pushed the door open and saw an old man with a face full of wrinkles on the bed. She revealed a smile and said, "Second uncle, I'm back." Yi Jiang raised his eyelids and looked at her for a long time with his cloudy eyes. He then coughed and said with a hoarse voice, "Xiaotian, you're not injured, are you?" "I'm fine." Emotinga hastily shook her head and sat on the small stool beside the bed. She then took out the jade bottle containing the foundation-building pill and said happily, "Second uncle, look. I got the foundation-building pill." Seeing the jade bottle, Yi Jiang took it with trembling hands. He opened the jade bottle and sniffed it. He then closed his eyes and nodded. "Yes, this is the foundation-building pill. Xiaotian, you've worked hard." Emotinga repeatedly shook her head. "I'm just lucky. There was an accident in this test, so it was much easier to distribute the foundation-building pills." Yi Jiang showed a loving smile and looked at her with pity. "Do you think second uncle doesn't know what happened? Forget it. It's good that you came out alive." His reproachful tone was actually warm and caring. She held second uncle's already withered hand and smiled sincerely. "Second uncle, you don't have to worry. I'm very powerful now. I diligently cultivate every day, and I've also learned how to fight against others. I won't be soft-hearted anymore. Second uncle, I'm telling you in this test." After spending 2 hours, Emotinga rambled on about what happened in this test. Yi Jiang smiled as he listened. Sometimes he praised her for her calmness in handling things, and other times, he gave her careful pointers, telling her how to handle things better. Emotinga felt she gained more from this conversation than she did from her own experience. With this thought in mind, she felt a bit depressed. If it wasn't for second uncle, what would she do? When she finished talking, Yi Jiang sighed and said, Xiaotian, you've really grown up from the way you handled things this time. Second uncle is relieved. Even if you can't build your foundation this time, you're still young. It shouldn't be a problem for you to try a few more times. His words were like his last words. Mo Tinga bit her lip, grabbed second uncle's hand and whispered, Second uncle. How could Yi Jiang not know what she was thinking? He smiled and stroked her head. Don't be like this. You're already an adult. You don't need second uncle by your side. If you form your gold core one day, go back to the Yi clan in the secular world, and see if there are any descendants with spiritual roots. If there are, you don't need to rebuild the Yi clan. You can just pass down cultivation techniques. Second uncle, she shouted angrily. Yi Jiang's expression turned serious and he said sternly, Xiaotian, it's not that you don't have to face it if you don't mention it. You have to remember that you're a cultivator, and a female cultivator at that. If you can't even accept reality, how can you go on? It's much more difficult for a female cultivator to achieve something than a male cultivator. Your aptitude isn't outstanding, and you don't have any clan elders to rely on. If you don't have a firm heart, you might as well give up early. Second uncle had never spoken to her in such a harsh tone. Mo Tiange was stunned. She lowered her head, but didn't say anything. Yi Jiang softened his tone. Do you still remember what second uncle has taught you all these years? You don't have good aptitude and you don't have a backer, so you have to be stricter with yourself. You can't be weak, you can't be greedy, and you can't indulge in emotions. You have to remember that weakness and passion are the enemies of female cultivators. Not only today, but you also have to calmly accept second uncle's death. If you fall in love with him in the future, you have to restrain yourself. You have to know that people are fickle, and the world is unpredictable. How could she not know this? But Yi Jiang once again closed his eyes and revealed a calm smile. Life and death are part of the heavenly Tao's reincarnation cycle. You and I are both cultivators, so we should understand the principle that the heavenly Tao's cycle is endless. Cultivators, and only when you cultivate the heavenly Tao can you become a true immortal. Go back and carefully comprehend it. When you can calmly face second uncle's death, you can come see me again. Mo Tiange was silent. After a long time, she finally gave him the medicinal pills, bid him farewell and left. Weakness and passion are the enemies of female cultivators. The heavenly Tao's cycle is endless. Only when you cultivate the heavenly Tao can you become a true immortal. Mo Tiange stood in the courtyard and closed her eyes for a moment before she resolutely walked out. Chapter 72. After obtaining the foundation building pill, Qin Shi really did as he said, and went into closed-door meditation to make a breakthrough. On the north peak of Mount Yunwu, there were some places with especially abundant spiritual aura. Most of these places were the Immortals' Caves of high-level cultivators. But there were also a few places that were opened as public Immortals' Caves. The so-called public Immortals' Cave was the Immortals' Cave that everyone could use. However, they would have to pay a considerable amount of rent to the sect. However, if it was for the sake of building one's foundation, it would be completely free, and one would even have priority. These public Immortals' Caves were protected by formations both inside and outside, and there were also foundation building cultivators guarding them in shifts. Under normal circumstances, unless the time limit for closed-door meditation was over a year, no one would be disturbed at all. It was indeed the best place for closed-door meditation to attack the foundation building realm. Going into seclusion to build his foundation would take at least 3 to 5 months, and at most a year. The first 2 months were used to nourish his body. Then, he would eat a foundation establishment pill, and spend a few more months to absorb and adapt to it. If he built his foundation, he would have to spend more time to stabilize his cultivation. Whether Qin Shi succeeded or failed, it would take him a year and a half before he could come out of closed-door meditation. Mo Tiange, on the other hand, didn't think much of it. She was just envious and bored. What she envied was that before Qin Shi left, his expression was calm, and without the slightest bit of worry. He seemed to be very confident, so he must have learned some kind of secret technique. As for Mo Tiange, She herself still had to spend a year or two to reach the peak stage of the aura refining realm and increase her chances of building her foundation. What was boring was that Qin Shi wasn't here, so she had no one to talk to. Louis Dao's injuries were quite heavy, so he would have to stay in the North Peak for at least 3 to 5 months. Morong Yen, with the help of her clan, also went to a public immortal's cave to enter closed-door meditation in order to advance to the peak stage of the aura refining realm. There was another person whom Qin Shi was slightly familiar with, senior martial brother Zhao. However, just like Qin Shi, he also obtained a foundation-building pill and went to a public immortal's cave to enter closed-door meditation in order to advance to the foundation-building realm. If he wasn't too unlucky and ended up in the 12th layer of the aura refining realm, he would have been Martial Uncle Zhou in the future. As for Jiang Shanghang, who was the only one left in the room, she simply didn't count him among her acquaintances. Ever since the matter of the school being annexed happened, not only did this guy ignore her, but he also became even more gloomy. Speaking of which, it was strange. When Jiang Shanghang first entered the school, he was already in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. Now that Qin Shi had gone into closed-door meditation to make a breakthrough, why didn't he make any movements? Of course, she wouldn't ask Jiang Shanghang out of curiosity. After all, they weren't friends. Actually, after this trial, if she wanted to go to a public cave for closed-door meditation, she also had money. From the cosmos bags he obtained, there were more than 1,000 spirit stones. The demonic beasts he hunted were sold for another 1,000 spirit stones. In addition, some unimportant materials and spirit tools were sold for several hundred spirit stones. Altogether, there were more than 3,000 spirit stones, coupled with medicinal pills, some spirit tools that weren't convenient to sell, and possibly useful materials. She was now unprecedentedly rich. She wasn't inferior to ordinary foundation-building cultivators at all. However, she felt that it was better to keep a low profile. She didn't even take out the corpse of the iron-toothed crocodile. Of course, she wouldn't do something as extravagant as renting an immortal's cave. Thus, the days returned to tranquility. Every day, he would cultivate and occasionally listen to sermons. He didn't even take any errands in the steward's hall. Fortunately, after this incident, the school exempted disciples in the 7th layer of the aura refining realm and above from doing chores, so it didn't matter if he didn't take any errands. After being reprimanded by second uncle and losing contact with him, he was unprecedentedly focused on his cultivation. Coupled with the large amount of medicinal pills he consumed, it only took him 3 months to reach the aura refining perfection stage. She herself was rather surprised by this. She hadn't expected herself to have such a cultivation speed. Louis Dao was still in the North Peak. She heard a martial uncle admired him very much and wanted to accept him as his disciple. Upon hearing this news, she suddenly realized she hadn't seen Louis Dao for a long time. After thinking about it carefully, it seemed they had become a lot more distant. In the end, she felt a bit guilty, so she decided to find some time to visit Louis Dao. However, this plan didn't come true in the end, because she was stopped when she went to the North Peak. She could only ask a senior martial brother to pass her a message and transfer several unimportant things to him. She gradually heard about the reason why Jiang Shanghang didn't attempt to build his foundation. As it turned out, Jiang clan had a kind of medicinal pill that could assist in building one's foundation. It could increase one's chances of building one's foundation, but it wasn't easy to concoct. Only a small amount of medicinal pills were produced each time. Originally, with Jiang Shanghang's diligence and cultivation level, he should have been able to obtain one. Unfortunately, he was despised in Jiang clan. Moreover, Jiang Chengxian, a direct descendant of the current clan head, was also going to build his foundation this time. So Jiang Shanghang's share was given to Jiang Chengxian. Jiang Shanghang could only grit his teeth and accept the result. Foundation-building pills weren't easy to obtain, so he planned to endure until the next batch of medicinal pills was made. What Jiang Shanghang said was pure speculation, but in any case, they had known each other for more than 3 years. Based on Jiang Shanghang's personality, It was very likely he would think that way. Emotienga felt a bit envious when she heard this news. There was actually a medicinal pill that could increase one's chances of building one's foundation. However, since this kind of medicinal pill existed, the sect had never heard of it. It wasn't that the pill recipe was too complicated or the materials were too rare, so they couldn't be provided to ordinary disciples. Even Jiang Shangheng couldn't obtain Jiang clan's things, let alone her. Therefore, she could only be envious. When she reached the peak stage of the aura refining realm, and her cultivation couldn't advance any further, Emotienga went down the mountain. Although second uncle severely reprimanded her last time, and ordered her not to see him until she figured it out, Emotienga still came to see him once every half a month. However, second uncle only said a few words to her before he drove her back to the mountain. This time, however, it was different. She had something very important to say. Second uncle, Yi Jiang, who was still recuperating in the small room, looked even older. When he heard her voice, he didn't even open his eyes. Why did you come here? Go back and cultivate. Emotienga didn't give up. She said, Second uncle, I've reached the peak stage of the aura refining realm. Yi Jiang finally opened his eyes. After sizing her up, a faint smile appeared on his face. 3 months. That's more like it. Emotienga heaved a sigh of relief when she saw that second uncle finally didn't look so tense anymore. She sat in front of the bed as usual and asked, Second uncle, are you all right? I won't die for the time being. Upon seeing her worried expression, Yi Jiang's heart finally softened. He said slowly, Second uncle's injuries have been very good recently. I reckon he can hold on until next year. Emotienga lowered her head in silence. This was indeed good news. 2 years ago, second uncle said that his lifespan was only 2 or 3 years. Now at least he could confirm that it was the longer one. All right, since you've reached the peak stage of the aura refining realm, you should strive to build your foundation. Are you ready to build your foundation? Emotienga shook her head, feeling very confused. Second uncle, I can feel that my cultivation level is no longer a problem, but I'm still lacking something if I enter closed-door meditation to build my foundation. What is it? Yi Jiang muttered. Second uncle has already explained to you how to build your foundation and made you familiar with the process. Logically speaking, you should be well prepared. Do you have any doubts? After hesitating for a moment, Emotienga nodded and said, Whenever I think about building my foundation, I always feel flustered. I don't have any confidence at all. I guess so. Yi Jiang understood. It seems that you weren't mentally prepared. This is a bit difficult. If you forcibly enter closed-door meditation to build your foundation, your mentality will be unstable, and your state will also be unstable, which will affect the success of building your foundation. Yes, I can't make up my mind to enter closed-door meditation immediately. Second uncle, what should I do? Yi Jiang said. It's no wonder you feel that way. Most people cultivate until the peak stage of the aura refining realm and wait a long time for foundation building pills, so they're fully prepared. But because of second uncle, you're in a hurry to cultivate until the peak stage of the aura refining realm and are about to build your foundation. Then what should I do? Yi Jiang closed his eyes as if he was thinking. Emotienga stared at him anxiously. She knew that although second uncle's situation was a bit better than she expected, he only had 1 year left to live. She wanted second uncle to see her build her foundation before he passed away and leave with peace of mind. Therefore, she couldn't afford to delay this 1 year. Yi Jiang finally opened his eyes. He seemed to have made a decision. After staring at her for a long time, he said slowly, Tienga, you should leave the mountain and travel around for a while. Huh. Emotienga was dumbfounded. Travel? Doesn't that mean I have to leave Mount Yunwu and second uncle? Yi Jiang nodded. Yes. Whenever a cultivator is stuck in a bottleneck, or their state of mind is unstable, traveling is the best solution. But, Emotienga said anxiously, wouldn't that mean I have to leave this place? Second uncle, how can I leave you here alone? Yi Jiang showed a faint smile. Are you worried that second uncle will suddenly die here? Emotienga was speechless. She was indeed afraid. She was afraid that if second uncle passed away, she still wouldn't be able to build her foundation. However, she was even more afraid that second uncle would finish his last journey alone while she was gone. Yi Jiang sighed. Rest assured, when the end of a cultivator's lifespan is near, their perception of destiny will also become stronger. After making this decision, second uncle feels that he can still wait until you come back. Go. If you stay, I'm afraid it'll take more time. Second uncle, be obedient. Emotinga struggled for a long time, but still shook her head resolutely. No. What if something unexpected happens? I won't go. What if you have to go? I absolutely won't go. Yi Jiang closed his eyes as if he didn't want to argue with her anymore. He knew how stubborn this child was. When he was seriously injured while hunting demonic beasts, his companions threw him on the road. It was this child who ran into the forest to find him regardless of her life. In the end, the two of them escaped from a life-and-death situation. Xiaotian, take second uncle's natal primordial spirit tablet and go on your way. Emotinga was startled, but she only called out in a daze, second uncle. Yi Jiang closed his eyes and sighed. If anything happens to second uncle, you'll know when you see that primordial spirit tablet. Do you feel relieved now? Yi Jiang didn't say anything else to her. He took out a jade tablet from his robe, made a hand seal with his right hand and muttered something. A moment later, a drop of bright blood appeared between his eyebrows. He sped up his chanting and made a cut with his fingertip. The drop of blood instantly followed his hand and entered the jade tablet. The jade tablet immediately turned from white to dark red. After doing this, Yi Jiang coughed violently several times. Second uncle, Emotinga hastily supported him and patted his back. After a while, Yi Jiang regained his breath. He waved his hand and handed the jade tablet to her. If something happens to me, the natal blood essence inside it will be lost. If you see its color change, you can come back immediately. Emotinga silently took it. It seemed that second uncle had made up his mind to give her a natal jade tablet. Yi Jiang waved his hand and ordered her to go back. He said, "All right, go back to the sect and report this. Pack your things and go out to travel. Remember, open your mind and don't think about cultivating. Come back in half a year." Emotinga was silent for a moment. A moment later, a decisive expression appeared on her face as she nodded. "I understand, second uncle." Chapter 73. It was normal for cultivators to travel when they reached a bottleneck. Many aura refining disciples, who reached the peak stage of the aura refining realm, but felt they were still lacking in the foundation building realm, would choose to travel. Therefore, Emotinga only needed to report to the steward's hall to get permission. Traveling wasn't a sightseeing tour, but a search for fated chances. Fated chances sometimes had a greater impact on cultivators than aptitude. For example, 1,000 years ago, there was a cultivator with poor aptitude who unexpectedly reached the nascent soul realm and possessed great divine power, allowing him to move unhindered in Kunwu for a while. Of course, fated chances were also hard to come by. Fated chances like this only appeared once in many years. For most people, being able to obtain some spiritual plants or spiritual objects, or have an epiphany that allowed them to break through their bottlenecks, was already extremely good. Emotinga didn't have such a delusion. With her aptitude, if she relied on unobtainable fated chances, she probably wouldn't make a realm breakthrough, even if she had 800 years of lifespan. Moreover, to be exact, her situation wasn't a bottleneck, but an unstable state of mind. Because she was pressed for time and her aptitude was too poor, she didn't have any hope of successfully building her foundation, so she couldn't calm down. After thinking for a long time, Emotinga felt it was better to go to some big cultivation groups and communicate with their disciples. In any case, she was still young and had already obtained a foundation-building pill, so there was no need for her to take risks for fated chances. With that decided, she bid farewell to second uncle and left Mount Yunwu. This was her first time traveling alone. Ever since she came to Kunwu, she had never left second uncle to go on a trip alone. However, she was no longer the little girl who came to Kunwu for the first time. She had seen a lot, and was confident she could handle any situation she encountered. Mount Yunwu was located in a small corner of East Kunwu. Before it was annexed, there were only Wuxia sect and Jindao school nearby. The nearest cultivation group was also thousands of miles away. Aside from some small cultivation groups, the closest one was undoubtedly the head of Kunwu's 7 great cultivation groups, Righteous Path's Tiandao sect. The 7 great cultivation groups in Kunwu were Tiandao sect, Xianqing school, Gujian sect, Bian sect, Zhengfa school, Lingshou sect and Danding school. Among them, the Spirit Beast sect and the Danding school. One was a beast-taming sect, and the other was a pill-concocting sect. Both of them were unorthodox sects, and they only had slightly more people than the middle-level cultivation sections. However, because these 2 sects were quite skilled in beast-taming and pill-concocting, their sects were much stronger than the middle-level cultivation sections. Therefore, they were ranked as one of the 7 great sections. The stronger ones were the Biyun sect and the Zhengfa sect. Zhengfa sect was a Taoist sect. Most of the disciples in the sect were dressed as Taoist priests. However, Biyun sect was a peculiar sect. The disciples recruited by the sect were all very beautiful regardless of whether they were male or female. There were many female disciples, so there were many dual cultivation partners in the sect. After them were Gujian sect and Xianqing school. Gujian sect was a cultivation group for sword cultivators. Sword cultivators spent their entire lives cultivating only one sword, and most of their divine abilities were focused on one sword. Sword cultivators had always been a bit more powerful than ordinary cultivators in fights of magical power, but it was also harder for them to make a realm breakthrough. Therefore, although Gujian sect's high-level cultivators were only about the same as Zhengfa school and Bian school, their strength was actually a bit higher. Gujian sect had always been considered to be on par with Xianqing school. Xianqing school's strength was second only to Tiandao sect. Like Zhengfa school, it was also a Dao school. For several thousand years, Tiandao sect had always been regarded as the leader of the righteous path in Kunwu. It was located in the northeast of Kunwu, and was separated from the devil path by a mountain. Tiandao sect was different from other cultivation groups. Its unique characteristic was that it didn't have any unique characteristics. It didn't have any cultivation techniques, and it didn't force its disciples to cultivate anything. Unorthodox cultivation techniques were fine, and it didn't even care if they cultivated devil cultivation techniques, as long as they didn't violate the sect's commandments. Tiandao sect's strength was precisely due to its tolerant management method. Every Tiandao sect disciple was treated equally regardless of what they cultivated, so there were many special talents in the sect. Mo Tiange wanted to go to Tiandao sect because it was the leader of the righteous path, and its disciples cultivated a variety of things. Not only could she gain more experience, but she also didn't have to worry about any accidents. Although there were no absolute righteous people among cultivators, people of the righteous path still didn't encourage fighting, so it would be a bit safer to interact with disciples of the righteous path. Not far from Mount Yunwu, Mo Tiange found a place to change out of Yunwu sect's disciple uniform and put on very ordinary clothes. Yunwu sect had already been annexed by Wuxia sect, and that unforeseen event happened a month ago, so it was better for her to be a bit more cautious. Soon after, she used the light body technique and headed northeast. In the past, when she wandered with second uncle, Mo Tiange once met a cultivator, who was actually a martial artist in the secular world, who entered the Tao through martial arts. She was very interested in their so-called martial arts and body techniques, so she learned some of them. In the past few years, from the Immortals Assembly to the foundation building pill competition, she benefited a lot. When she used the light body technique, she was also faster than ordinary cultivators. In less than half a month, she arrived at the boundary of Tiandao sect. Tiandao sect's sphere of influence was very large. This area already belonged to it. In fact, there were only a few small cultivation groups attached to it in the surrounding area. However, the market square here was very special. It actually held a Tao assembly at a fixed time, and invited foundation-building cultivators from Tiandao sect to participate. Anyone could participate in this Dao assembly, as long as they paid the entrance spirit stones. Moreover, they could raise questions to the cultivator giving the lecture, and discuss the Dao with each other. Emotienga was very interested in this Dao assembly. Since the entrance fee wasn't expensive, she waited here. In addition, she also sold some spirit tools that weren't convenient to sell near Mount Yunwu in batches. Because the flow of people here was quite complicated, and it was quite a distance from Mount Yunwu. These spirit tools were sold smoothly, and earned her a lot of spirit stones. After coming out of a shop, Emotienga turned a corner and took off her robe. She changed her appearance and revealed her true appearance. When she went to the shops to sell spirit tools, she used the transfiguration technique to disguise herself into various different appearances, because she still couldn't let people know the origin of these spirit tools. Besides, these shops didn't care whether the customers used the transfiguration technique or not. It was fine as long as they couldn't see her true appearance. She leisurely walked around the corner and released her divine sense. She didn't find anything unusual, so she faintly smiled and went into another shop. This shop's appearance was simple and didn't have any decorations. There were several brocade boxes on the counter, containing spirit tools, talismans, medicinal pills, and some miscellaneous items. The shopkeeper was a mortal woman. When she saw Emotienga, she greeted her enthusiastically. "Master Immortal, what do you want?" Emotienga was just strolling around, so she didn't answer immediately. She casually sized up the spirit tools on the counter before she turned to look at the woman. But when she turned her head, she was stunned. This woman was in her 20s and was quite beautiful. Although she was a mortal, she wasn't much worse than a female cultivator. Of course, this wasn't why Emotienga was surprised. What surprised her was that this woman looked so familiar. Emotienga carefully thought about it, but she couldn't remember when she saw this woman. "Master Immortal?" Emotienga regained her composure and saw the woman looking at her anxiously. She suddenly realized that she hadn't answered for a long time, but had been staring at this woman for a long time. Moreover, she was now dressed like a man, so she must have scared this woman. Emotienga thought it wasn't convenient to explain, so she asked, "What do you sell in this shop?" Seeing that Emotienga's expression was normal, the woman promptly smiled and introduced, "Look at these spirit tools, talismans, and medicinal pills. They're all excellent. In addition, this shop also sells talisman paper and talisman brushes. They're all made of high-grade demonic beast materials. Please take a look." Emotienga had already swept her eyes over the things displayed on the shelves. The spirit tools were only common goods, they weren't high-grade spirit tools. The talismans were also low-grade talismans. She didn't know about the medicinal pills, but judging from the other things, they were probably just common medicinal pills. She just sold a lot of spirit tools, and she had a lot of talismans and medicinal pills on her, so she basically didn't need them. Thus, she casually grabbed a handful of talisman paper, a talisman brush, and some cinnabar. "How many spirit stones do you have here?" The woman looked at them, then said with a smile, "These talisman papers and cinnabar only cost 1 spirit stone, but this talisman brush costs 7 spirit stones." For the current Emotienga, 8 spirit stones weren't much. She immediately took out 8 spirit stones from her qianquan bag and placed them on the counter. The woman was very happy that a business deal was completed so easily. She wrapped up the things she wanted and handed them to Emotienga, then said respectfully, "Master Immortal, these are the things you wanted." Emotienga took them and was about to leave when a young cultivator came into the shop. This cultivator was only in the 5th layer of the ore refining realm. He wore ordinary clothes and looked exhausted, but his face was handsome and looked quite elegant. As soon as the young cultivator entered the shop, the woman who guarded the shop called out happily, "Husband, you're early today." As it turned out, he was this woman's husband. This wasn't uncommon. Female cultivators were originally fewer than male cultivators, and many low-level female cultivators were taken as concubines by high-level cultivators. It was often very difficult for low-level male cultivators to find a Dao companion, So many of them married mortal women as their wives or concubines. Emotienga didn't know whether this beautiful woman in front of her was a wife or a concubine. The cultivator responded faintly with a very cold expression. Once he raised his head and saw Emotienga, he immediately smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist, do you need anything?" Emotienga naturally knew she was already in the top layer of the aura refining realm, so this cultivator didn't dare to look down on her. It was just that he was so cold to his wife, yet he greeted others with a smile, which made her a little unhappy, especially when she turned her head and saw the faint loneliness in the woman's eyes. She felt even more sad. It was basically impossible for a mortal woman to get equal status with a cultivator. To put it nicely, they were wives and concubines, but to put it bluntly, they were playthings. So what if she was a female cultivator, let alone a mortal woman? She recalled Shen Bing. She had good qualifications and had the backing of her family, but she was still dragged down by her beauty and became someone else's concubine. Thinking up to this point, Emotienga suddenly lost her mood and coldly said, "It's nothing." The cultivator didn't care about her indifference and still said enthusiastically, "Fellow Taoist, you can look around more. Everything else in my shop isn't good, but the talisman papers and talisman brushes are all good. I personally made them." Before Emotienga could say anything, the woman already said, "Husband, this master immortal has bought talisman papers and talisman brushes in the shop." "Really?" The cultivator smiled awkwardly. "That being the case, thank you for your patronage, fellow Taoist. Please make yourself at home." Emotienga nodded slightly, but she didn't want to leave. She pretended to be interested and started to examine the spirit tools on the shelves. The woman was about to introduce them, but Emotienga waved her hand and said, "No need to greet me. If you like them, you'll tell me." Seeing that Emotienga didn't want to be disturbed, the woman retreated. Seeing her husband's tired appearance, she hurried back and forth to serve tea. Emotienga sighed inwardly. She really didn't understand. This cultivator obviously didn't treat his wife well. So why did this woman still love him so much? "Husband, you came back so early today. Did everything go smoothly?" Upon hearing his wife's question, the cultivator opened his eyes. He then took out a cloth bag from his Qianquan bag and threw it to the side. "My luck was bad today, so I only managed to pick these. You can go and tidy them up." The woman nodded, then picked up the cloth bag and went inside. Upon seeing this, Emotienga casually picked several talismans, paid several spirit stones and left. Chapter 74. When Emotienga washed her face in the evening, she suddenly understood why she felt that woman's face was familiar. After removing her disguise, her face in the mirror was clearly somewhat similar to that woman's. The similarities were in their eyebrows and facial contours. The facial contours were fine, but their eyebrows and eyes were too similar. If she hadn't disguised herself, she might have been discovered on the spot. It was strange. She didn't have any sisters, and the closest relatives were all in the secular world. It was impossible for Yi clan's people to still stay in Kunwu, right? Second uncle said that when he moved Yi clan to the secular world, he especially left a message that unless they had spiritual roots, they would never set foot in Kunwu again. This woman was immortal, so she obviously didn't have spiritual roots. She stood in front of the mirror for a while, but she couldn't figure out why, so she returned to the bed and meditated. If she wanted to figure it out, she would go and ask her tomorrow. After reaching the peak stage of the aura refining realm, she discovered that the spiritual aura in her body had changed. She practiced 2 cultivation techniques. One was the art of Sunu, and the other was the greenwood art. Because the art of Sunu was faster, it was her main cultivation technique, while the greenwood art was her secondary cultivation technique. However, the spiritual aura absorbed by these 2 cultivation techniques was about the same. Although the greenwood art absorbed with spiritual aura, it also absorbed a small amount of other spiritual aura. The art of Sunu, on the other hand, could absorb any kind of spiritual aura. The spiritual aura absorbed by the 2 cultivation techniques was mixed together, so there was no difference. However, After reaching the peak stage of the aura refining realm, a wisp of Yin's spiritual aura gradually appeared in her body. It was very small, but it was very different from other spiritual auras. The two wisps of spiritual aura circulated in her meridians, neither interacting nor repelling each other. She didn't have time to tell second uncle about this, but it didn't seem harmful at the moment, so she just let it be. Now that she had reached the peak stage of the aura refining realm, cultivating couldn't increase her spiritual aura. It could only make her spiritual aura purer. Emotienga was just used to cultivating, so she would meditate when she had nothing to do. However, something surprising happened during her habitual cultivation this time. The two unrelated wisps of spiritual aura in her dantian and meridians were still circulating separately, but the wisp of Yin's spiritual aura gradually became more abundant. After discovering this phenomenon, she did an experiment. In her dantian, she separated the two types of spiritual aura into two strands and let them slowly come into contact with each other. As a result, not long after, the mixed spiritual aura of each attribute decreased a little, and the cool spiritual aura increased a little. Once she verified that this cool spiritual aura could nibble away at her original spiritual aura, she immediately stopped cultivating. Although she could control the two spiritual auras at the moment, and there was no difference, she still hadn't figured out what was going on with this cold spiritual aura. It was best not to act rashly. After pondering for a while, she felt that this Yin spiritual aura might be Yin aura produced by cultivating the art of Sinu. However, the cultivation technique didn't mention this change, so she didn't dare to confirm it. Generally speaking, the sky was yang, the earth was Yin, men were yang, and women were Yin. Actually, both men and women had Yin and yang in their bodies. It was just that men had more yang and less Yin, while women had more Yin and less yang. As a result, the cultivation techniques of the cultivation world were created specifically for female cultivators, and all of them leaned towards the Yin attribute. Since the art of Sinu could only be practiced by female cultivators with pure Yin constitution, it must be even more so. However, she had never heard that the spiritual aura produced by female cultivators was different from that of male cultivators, so she couldn't be sure whether this was Yin aura or not. The night passed very quickly. Emotienga packed her things and went out. Today was the opening day of the Dao conference jointly organized by the market square. On this day every month, the surrounding cultivators would flock to this place. Most of them were aura-refining cultivators who yearned to enter Tiandao sect. Occasionally, there were also foundation-building cultivators who wanted to discuss Dao with Tiandao sect's cultivators. Emotienga had already inquired about the location of the Taoist sanctum. After taking several detours, she directly walked towards an ordinary small courtyard. The gate of the small courtyard was open, and there were two low-level cultivators guarding the gate. Occasionally, people would come and hand over spirit stones in exchange for an identity tablet. Emotienga followed behind them, handed over 2 spirit stones, received a wooden identity tablet with a number engraved on it, and entered the small courtyard. Soon after, she passed through a central room and was led into another room. She then walked up a staircase leading to the underground. After making many turns and walking for a while, she finally entered a hall. This hall was enormous, not much smaller than Yunwu Sect's preaching palace. It could accommodate at least 1,000 people. The innermost part of the hall was a high platform with several praying mats on it. Below the platform, tables, chairs, and praying mats were all available. After listening to the receptionist's introduction, Emotienga finally learned that if one paid an extra spirit stone, they could sit on a chair. At that time, she simply didn't ask and only paid the admission fee, so she could only sit on a praying mat. In any case, she didn't care, so she found a corner that was neither too far nor too close to sit down, and closed her eyes to rest. In fact, most people still sat on praying mats. 2 spirit stones per month was already quite a lot for individual cultivators. Ordinary aura refining disciples of Yunwu sect only received 5 spirit stones per month. People entered the Taoist sanctum one after another. After a long time, The number of people gradually increased. When the hall was gradually full, Mo Tiange opened her eyes and observed her surroundings. There were quite a lot of people who came, but only 20% of the seats were empty. Among these people, some were loose cultivators dressed casually, some were disciples of small sects dressed in sect uniforms, and some were disciples of big clans with attendants. It seemed this Dao conference was very successful. Not only individual cultivators came, but even people from cultivation groups and clans were willing to come. This made her look forward to this Dao conference a bit more. There were still people coming in from the outside. It wasn't until the people who came occupied the 9th floor that the people gradually stopped coming. A quarter of an hour later, the hall's door was closed. At the same time, the small door at the innermost part of the hall opened, and several aura refining cultivators led a foundation building cultivator to the high platform. At the same time, all the aura refining cultivators in the hall stood up and saluted. Seeing this, Mo Tiange also followed the crowd. This foundation building cultivator was a man in his early 30s. He wore a light purple Taoist robe with white edges. His expression was calm, and he looked a bit like an immortal. Mo Tiange couldn't sense which stage of the foundation building cultivator he was in. Unless low-level cultivators practiced some kind of secret technique, they wouldn't be able to sense the specific cultivation level of high-level cultivators. However, the lifespan of foundation-building cultivators was between 300 to 400 years. This cultivator looked like he was only in his 30s, so his real age was probably less than 100 years old. Based on the average age of foundation-building cultivators, he could be considered young. The foundation-building cultivator sat down on a praying mat in the middle of the high platform. He glanced at the audience and said, "Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Wen Xiangdao from Tiandao sect. Today, I'll give a sermon to everyone. If any fellow Taoists want to come, you're also welcome." The man paused for a moment, then continued, "I think everyone has probably heard a lot about cultivation experiences. Why don't I tell everyone about my foundation building experience today?" Hearing this, Mo Tiange immediately became spirited. Originally, she was only interested in this kind of Dao conference organized by market squares. She didn't expect they'd talk about foundation building experiences. This was exactly what she wanted to hear the most right now. As for foundation building experiences, the martial uncles in Yunwu sect, who gave sermons, also talked about them to aura refining disciples who were about to build their foundation. However, she didn't know how they compared to the foundation building cultivators in Tiandao sect. She wasn't the only one who was excited. The others were even more excited. It must be known that individual cultivators rarely had the opportunity to hear about this kind of content. Although clans' descendants and disciples from small cultivation groups had the opportunity, this was a cultivator from Tiandao sect, the #1 cultivation group in the celestial pole. It was definitely different from what their seniors said. When Xiangdao paused for a moment, as if he was thinking about how to start. After a while he slowly said, "I think everyone knows how aura refining cultivators build their foundation. First, they have to cultivate until they reach the peak of the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. Second, they have to take a foundation building pill. Then, they have to enter closed door meditation for a year and a half. If they succeed, they'll advance to the foundation building realm. If they fail, they'll remain in the aura refining realm. If they're relatively lucky, they'll enter the 11th layer of the aura refining realm. Now, I'll talk about my process and experiences in building my foundation. I have 3 spiritual roots, and am very ordinary in Tiandao sect. The cultivation technique I practice is also a very ordinary 5 elements cultivation technique. I was lucky enough to obtain a foundation building pill, and as a result, I succeeded in building my foundation on my first try. I think many of you are as ordinary as I am. Ordinary people like me have very little hope of building their foundation, but you're also hoping that your ancestors will be blessed with luck, and you'll be able to enter the foundation building realm in one go. But what I want to tell you today is that building your foundation isn't just about luck. As we all know, spiritual roots affect the speed at which one absorbs spiritual aura, affects the effect of cultivation, and also affects the probability of advancing to the next realm. It can be said that people with few spiritual roots are more suitable for cultivation than those with mixed spiritual roots. Some people can advance to the next realm easily, while others have to struggle bitterly. Of course, you shouldn't be delusional enough to think that building your foundation has nothing to do with spiritual roots. That's impossible. However, as long as you have enough patience, you can still slightly shorten the distance between you and people with natural spiritual roots. Many cultivators, after cultivating until the peak of the 10th layer of the aura refining realm, are anxious to immediately advance to the next realm. In fact, there are still several factors that affect the success rate of building your foundation. One of them is the density of your spiritual aura. His last sentence surprised Emotienga. Density of spiritual aura? What does that mean? When Xiangdao went on to say, do you know what kind of changes will happen to your body after you build your foundation? He swept his gaze over everyone. As he expected, everyone was silent, so he continued, let me tell you something. If you build your foundation, your meridians will become wider, your dantian will become bigger, and the spiritual aura that originally flowed between your dantian and meridians will become liquid. This way, your body will have extra space to continue absorbing spiritual aura. By now, you should have already guessed what I'm going to say. Yes, if you stay in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm for a long time, your spiritual aura will become a bit purer, and it'll be very easy for you to achieve the condition of turning your spiritual aura into liquid. Emotienga had never heard of this theory before. Second uncle only told her that it would be difficult to build his foundation if time was too tight. But he never mentioned these reasons. Emotienga didn't know whether this theory was concluded by Tiandao sect or not, but she immediately concentrated on recording everything in a jade slip. She planned to tell second uncle when she went back, and let him judge whether it was the correct explanation. When Xiangdao talked nonstop for an hour, before he finally finished explaining this part, he paused for a moment then started the next part. In addition, I also want to tell everyone that just because inner demons appear only in the core formation realm, you shouldn't ignore your mentality. You're right. Inner demons indeed won't appear in the foundation building realm, but your mentality will affect your behavior and also affect your confidence. Don't ignore your mentality. A person with a stable mentality will start building his foundation in an orderly manner and will be able to calmly solve problems he encounters. This way, from another perspective, will also increase his chances of building his foundation. Chapter 75. Since no foundation building cultivators came to discuss Dao, the Dao meeting ended. Nevertheless, everyone was satisfied. On her way back, Emotienga was still thinking about what the Tiandao sect cultivators said. In fact, there were only 2 points. One was to purify her spiritual aura as much as possible, and the second was to calm her mind, so that she could easily meditate before building her foundation. Although Tiandao sect's summary of foundation building experience wasn't limited to these 2 points, it was better than nothing. If she could gather more information about foundation building, she'd have more confidence in building her foundation. A calm mind was easy to handle. Emotienga originally came out to travel because she was pressed for time, so she was flustered. Presumably, she'd be fine after a while. The first question made her a bit embarrassed. Because the spiritual aura in her body had undergone a special change, she didn't dare to cultivate. She could only wait until she went back and asked second uncle. After returning to the inn full of worries, she suddenly remembered she hadn't asked about yesterday's matter. Just as she was about to go out, she suddenly saw a figure going upstairs, so she hurriedly went back to her room. It was a somewhat ear-piercing male voice with an oily tone that made people feel uncomfortable. Today we finally have a place to stay. We don't have to sleep in the open. Someone immediately said, Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, you can stay in this room. It's comfortable. The oily male voice seemed to size up the room and said with satisfaction, The inn in this small place isn't bad. All right, quickly choose and serve some good wine and dishes. Soon after, the waiter said, Yes, yes. Master Immortals, please choose as you please. After that, she heard the sound of the door closing. They must have entered the room. Emotienga thought for a moment, but didn't release her divine sense. The person she saw was the one called Senior Marshal Brother Jiang. He seemed to be Jiang Shanghang's cousin Jiang Chengxian. Jiang Chengxian was really lucky. During the last foundation building pill test, people from Zixia sect and fellow disciples from Yunwu sect wanted to kill him, but he still managed to escape alive. Moreover, it was said that the current master of Mount Yunwu had already prepared everything for him to build his foundation. However, it was really strange. Why did Jiang Chengxian come out when he was about to build his foundation? She quietly opened the door. Seeing that there was no one in the corridor outside, she cast an illusory transformation technique and left the inn. She walked into the same shop as last time. The shopkeeper was still that beautiful mortal woman. Upon seeing her, she greeted her enthusiastically. "Immortal Master, what would you like to buy?" Emotienga took the form of an ordinary-looking youth. She lowered her voice and asked, "What do you have here?" His tone was quite unkind, but the woman didn't say anything. She continued to introduce enthusiastically, "Our shop has all kinds of ordinary things. The best are talisman paper and talisman brushes." "Oh, let me have a look." The woman took out a pile of talisman papers and various colored talisman brushes and placed them on the counter. "Please feel free to take a look." Emotienga glanced at her, then said calmly, "You don't seem to be that great." The woman still smiled and said, "Of course, it's nothing special. However, the craftsmanship of making talisman paper and talisman brush is passed down in my husband's family. I don't see such good quality and cheap goods in other shops." "So the things in your shop are very cheap?" The woman said, "Immortal Master is not from here, right? A small shop like ours indeed can't compare to a big shop. We rely on low prices to keep a foothold. Otherwise, if everyone went to a big shop with a full range of goods and top-quality goods, our shop wouldn't be able to continue operating." Emotienga naturally understood this. Back then, she also opened a shop with her uncle. Their small shop couldn't compete with the big shops. But many small cultivators still came, because they didn't have much money and couldn't afford to buy things from the big shops. The big shops also didn't bother to compete with the small shop for this small amount of money, so the small shop could survive. Later, they were bullied because second uncle was, after all, a foundation-building cultivator. He also had some wealth, so his collection was very complete. He also had some top-quality ore refining goods, so he began to compete with the big shops for customers. Emotienga pretended to be skeptical. "Is that so?" The woman said, "Immortal Master, take a look. These talisman papers are made from a mixture of Wenxing bamboo and demonic beast blood. Wenxing bamboo is hard, so the paper it makes is airtight. It's not inferior to top-quality talisman papers. As for this talisman brush, it's made from the fur of a bloodfrost wolf. Each strand is carefully selected. All of these were hunted by my husband, so I guarantee they're genuine." Emotienga took a look, but for a moment, she didn't say whether she wanted it or not. Instead, she started to size up the other things in the shop. She pretended to be careless and asked, "You said this is a craftsmanship passed down in your husband's family, so you're also from a cultivation clan. Why does your shop look so shabby?" The woman's smile froze for a moment, but she immediately smiled and said, "A small clan naturally can't open a big shop. Immortal Master, please take a look. If you need anything, just call me directly." As she spoke, Emotienga secretly sized her up many times. The more she looked, the more she felt they resembled each other. From her probing, she could tell that this husband and wife didn't have any backing. That being the case, she didn't care about a fifth layer or a refining cultivator. "I have something to ask, madam." The woman was still smiling, so Emotienga asked, "May I know madam's name?" Once she said that, the woman suddenly looked nervous. She took a step back, and her face turned green and white. Emotienga smiled and said, "Madam, don't be afraid. I don't have any ulterior motives." Although she explained it this way, she was now dressed like a man and was also a cultivator. It would be strange if the woman wasn't afraid, if she suddenly asked for her name. Seeing that the woman was still hesitating, Emotienga released her spiritual aura pressure. The woman was only a mortal, so how could she withstand it? She retreated several steps and leaned against the wall. In the end she gave in and said, "My surname is Emo." Emotienga was dumbfounded. After a long time, she thought of another possibility and anxiously asked, "Emo as in stranger?" The woman nodded. "Yes." Emotienga stared fixedly at her. Finally, she found some traces of the past on the woman's face. As it turned out, this woman wasn't a member of Yi clan, but rather the Emo clan where she lived for 10 years. Emotienga's expression was uncertain. In the end she said tentatively, "Tianqiao." The woman was shocked. She stared at Emotienga with great astonishment, both because of her name and because of the sudden change in her voice. Upon seeing her reaction, Emotienga knew she guessed correctly. After a long time she finally calmed down. With a wave of her hand, she withdrew the shape-shifting technique and wiped off the disguise on her face. From the woman's shocked expression, Emotienga could tell that the two of them had similar appearances. The woman's face turned pale, and then red. She was extremely excited. You're Tienga?" Emotienga nodded and sighed. "Tianqiao, I didn't expect we'd meet again." Tianqiao covered her mouth. Tears streamed down her cheeks. After a long time, she suddenly threw herself at Emotienga. "Tienga, is it really you?" Emotienga supported her and said warmly, "It's really me. Don't cry. It's not easy for us to meet again. You should be happy." Yes. Tianqiao hastily wiped the tears off her face and went to close the door. "Wait a moment. I'll close the shop first. Let's talk in the back." Emotienga nodded, then closed her eyes to calm herself down. Although she wasn't as excited as Tianqiao, she was still very happy when she got the answer. Not long after she arrived in Kunwu, she followed second uncle to wander around. Gradually, she realized she couldn't go back and had to give up everything in the secular world. If there was anything she was reluctant to leave in that family, it would be Tianqiao. She also felt sad in silence, thinking she would never see Tianqiao again. But she never expected the two of them would meet again, and it would be like this. Emotienga followed Tianqiao back to the inner room and looked around. There was a small courtyard behind the house. It was very neat and tidy, but it could also be seen that they didn't have a good life. Tianqiao, who had already wiped her tears, looked at Emotienga's appearance and said in amazement, "Tienga, why are you dressed like this?" Emotienga smiled bitterly. "It can't be helped. The cultivation world is the same as the secular world. It's more convenient to be a man. First, tell me, how did you come to Kunwu? And, you even married a cultivator." She still remembered that eldest aunt raised Tianqiao like a daughter from a noble family and wanted her to marry into a wealthy family. She also always thought Tianqiao would be like that. Tianqiao smiled, then sighed softly. As it turned out, when Emotienga was taken away by an immortal, Tianqiao learned about this world and was full of curiosity about it. When she was 16 years old, her family arranged a marriage for her to the young master of a rich family in Feiyun town. Tianqiao was originally very dissatisfied with this marriage, because the young master she was going to marry was simply a hedonistic son of a rich family. He didn't like to study, didn't know how to do business, and liked to have illicit affairs. Her resistance was futile, so she secretly ran out of the Emo family's village. She unexpectedly ran into a passing cultivator. Because of their reverence for immortals, and because Tianqiao vowed to never agree to the marriage, after the cultivator resolved the conflict, her family finally agreed to let them be. Soon after, the cultivator was about to leave the Emo family's village. Tianqiao, who originally yearned for the cultivation world very much, left with him. After listening to this, Emotienga was silent. Tianqiao wasn't a woman who meekly accepted adversity, so it wasn't strange for her to resist the marriage. What was strange was, how did Tianqiao become like this? She couldn't help but ask, "Was he good to you?" Tianqiao was lost in thought for a while before she said, "In the beginning, he treated me really well. We wandered in the secular world for several years before we arrived in Kunwu. His father was also a cultivator, but he died in an accident during a fight of magical powers. When we arrived in Kunwu, we relied on the craftsmanship passed down in his family to open a small shop here. Maybe it was because life was too dull, or maybe it was because cultivation was too difficult, but it gradually faded away. Although this was the case, Mo Tiange still didn't understand. Could a dull life turn Tianxiao into what she was today? She never thought this gentle woman would be the Tianxiao who loved to play and laugh in the past. Mo Tianxiao forced a smile and said, "Don't just talk about me. What about you? Your cultivation level is very high now, right? When you came yesterday, my husband said your cultivation level was much higher than his." Mo Tiange said, "I'm already in the peak stage of the aura refining realm, but I don't have a chance to build my foundation. This time, I came out to travel and see if there are any faded chances." She didn't tell the truth, not because she wanted to hide it from Tianxiao, but because she wanted to hide it from her husband. Right now, she still couldn't figure out that person, so it was better to be a bit more careful. Mo Tianxiao didn't really understand these things, so she asked, "Then how have you been all these years?" "When I left the Mo family's village, that person took me to find my second uncle. Later, I followed my second uncle and wandered everywhere. A few years ago, we finally settled down in a place, and I also entered a cultivation group. Because my father left some things for me, I was lucky enough to cultivate to the peak stage of the aura refining realm." Mo Tiange roughly recounted her experiences in the past few years, skipping over some things that were hard to explain. To be honest, she didn't have a good impression of Tianxiao's husband, so there were a lot of things she didn't tell him. Tianxiao originally had a lively and jumpy personality, but now, she was so gentle and obedient, working hard to guard the small shop and humbling herself to entertain customers. If she hadn't confirmed that this was really Tianxiao, she wouldn't have believed it. However, Tianxiao's expression was so calm. Even though she felt wronged in her heart, she did it willingly. Mo Tiange didn't understand. Could love really change a person? Chapter 76. A voice came from outside. Soon after, the door leading to the shop was opened, and someone said tiredly, "Wife, why did you close the door?" Tianxiao hastily stood up. "Husband, I." Before she could say anything, the cultivator had already stepped into the main house. When he saw Mo Tiange, his expression changed. His gaze moved back and forth between the two of them, and anger appeared on his face. However, he was afraid of Mo Tiange's cultivation level, so he endured it. Mo Tiange knew he was thinking the wrong way, but Tianxiao already said, "Husband, do you remember I told you I have a younger sister who's also a cultivator?" The cultivator was stunned and looked puzzled. Tianxiao then said, "What a coincidence. Kunwu is so big. But we actually met." The meaning of her words was very clear. The cultivator's puzzled gaze fell on Mo Tiange. "You mean?" Mo Tianxiao pulled Mo Tiange's hand and said with a smile, "This is my younger sister." "Younger sister?" He stared at the 10th layer aura refining cultivator in front of him. She really didn't look like a woman. Upon seeing this, Mo Tiange took the initiative to salute him. "I'm Mo Tiange." The cultivator hastily returned the salute, but his gaze was still puzzled. Tianxiao explained, "Husband, Tiange only disguised herself as a man for convenience." "Oh, I see." When he regained his composure and looked at Mo Tiange again, a smile appeared on his face. "Please don't take offense at my rudeness just now. I'm Tianxiao's husband, Meng Sigue." Meng Sigue. This name was indeed elegant. Mo Tiange showed a faint smile. "I came too suddenly." Seeing that they were friendly, Mo Tianxiao felt relieved and said, "Husband, you can chat with Tiange for a while. I'm going to make 2 dishes." Meng Sigue nodded. "And rest assured." Tianxiao then said to Mo Tiange, "I know you cultivators don't like to be involved in worldly affairs, but you probably haven't eaten your hometown's dishes for a long time. Why don't you eat with me today?" Mo Tiange naturally wouldn't refuse. "Of course I also want to." Tianxiao smiled. "That's good. You can chat with your brother-in-law first. I'll be back soon. Okay. Tianxiao went to the kitchen, leaving only the two of them in the main room. Meng Sigui said, "Fellow Taoist Emo, please take a seat." However, he didn't dare to call her name directly, because her cultivation level was much higher than his. In front of her, he felt pressured. After the two of them sat down, Mo Tiange showed a faint smile and said, "Since brother-in-law and Tianxiao are husband and wife, we're family. There's no need to call me fellow Taoist. You can directly call me by my name." Although she still didn't trust Meng Sigui, she was still willing to get closer to him out of consideration for Tianxiao's feelings. Meng Sigui heaved a sigh of relief at these words. The difference between the 5th layer of the aura refining realm and the 10th layer was too big. Although he was indeed Mo Tiange's brother-in-law in name, he was still a bit worried. Mo Tiange didn't take him seriously at all. With these words, at the very least, he had a rough idea of how he should interact with the other party. In addition, his mind became active again. Tianxiao's younger sister has already reached the 10th layer of the aura refining realm at such a young age. Could it be that she has some kind of backer? If that was the case, if he could get her help, Meng Sigui smiled and said, "Since that's the case, I won't be polite." He paused for a moment then asked, "I didn't have time to ask just now, but Tiange, how did you two recognize each other?" Mo Tiange said, "When I came to your shop yesterday, I already had some suspicions, but I didn't dare to be sure. Today I couldn't help but come again. In the end, when I asked, it turned out to be true. Speaking of which, even I can't believe it. Kanwu is so big, yet we actually met yesterday." Meng Sigui paused for a moment, then an astonished expression appeared on his face. "So you're the one from yesterday?" There were many customers in the shop these past 2 days, and Mo Tiange was disguised yesterday, so he didn't remember. Mo Tiange smiled and nodded. "That's me." Meng Sigui shook his head. "I really couldn't tell. If brother-in-law could tell, I'd cry. I've also put in a lot of effort to disguise myself as a man. It's more convenient to dress up as a man when we're outside." "That's true." Meng Sigui nodded. "People's hearts are sinister, so we should be more vigilant. Tianxiao usually stays behind to look after the shop. If the market square wasn't strictly managed, I wouldn't feel at ease." Based on what he said, he seemed to have some true feelings for Tianxiao. But Mo Tiange didn't know whether he was telling the truth or lying. Mo Tiange pondered for a moment then said with a smile, "Brother-in-law, I heard from Tianxiao that you opened this shop because of your family's hereditary craftsmanship?" Meng Sigui waved his hand with a smile. "It's just to make a living." He then sighed and said, "I don't have any other skills, my aptitude isn't good, and I don't have a clan to rely on. My path of cultivation is very difficult, so I can only let Tianxiao live with me through this kind of bitter life. I'm really sorry for her." Mo Tiange comforted him. "Brother-in-law, why are you discouraged? You're still young, so there's always hope." Meng Sigui said, "I know what I'm doing. The shop's profits are meager, and I can't rest for even a day. I don't have time, and I don't have enough spirit stones. Compared to you, Tiange, I'm really too ashamed to show my face." Mo Tiange showed a faint smile. "It's also luck. In fact, my aptitude is also very poor." "Oh." Meng Sigui was surprised. "Tiange, you're still young, but you're already in the 10th layer of the aura refining realm. How could you?" "I'm endowed with 5 spiritual roots." "Can brother-in-law believe me? I just had some fated chances. As for building my foundation, to be honest, I don't have much hope." When Tianxiao came back, she saw the two of them chatting happily. They were both cultivators, so they naturally talked about cultivation. Meng Sigui had a lot of questions about cultivation that he couldn't figure out, so he brought them up to discuss. Mo Tiange saw that his words were pleasing to the eye, so she patiently told him about her experiences. Meng Sigui's comprehension was pretty good. He wasn't a stupid person. It seemed he was also troubled by his spiritual roots. Tianxiao returned to the main room with a plate of food and placed a small bowl of noodles in front of Mo Tiange. Mo Tiange was stunned. After a long time, she heaved a sigh of relief, and said with a nostalgic expression, "Meat noodles." She remembered that when they went out as children, they always liked to order a bowl of meat noodles from the snack stalls in town. Eating one bowl wasn't enough, but because they wanted to save some space in their stomachs, they didn't dare to eat a second bowl. Mo Tianxiao looked at her and smiled. Her eyes were faintly shining. "It took me a long time to learn. Try it." She took a bite and nodded. "It's delicious. It's the same as before." In fact, she had long forgotten what meat noodles tasted like. The days in Mo family's village were too distant, so distant that she forgot to recall them. Gradually she forgot some things, but she never forgot that feeling. Tianxiao, who gave her true love during her lonely days, was something she would remember for the rest of her life. After they finished eating and chatted for a while, Mo Tiange stood up and said goodbye. Mo Tianxiao complained, "Since you're just passing by, you might as well stay at my place." Mo Tiange smiled and shook her head. "You don't have enough space here, so I won't add to your troubles. How about you rest for a few days and go to an inn to talk?" Tianxiao hesitated for a moment before nodding. "That's fine. I understand." Before leaving, Mo Tiange took out a jade bottle from her qiankuan bag. "I don't need this bottle of medicinal pills anymore, so I'll give it to you." Tianxiao paused for a moment before firmly pushing it back. "Who do you think I am? We're sisters. Since we met in a foreign place, we should naturally get together. There's no need to be so polite." Mo Tiange smiled and said, "You'll know once you go back and ask your husband. I'm in the peak stage of the aura refining realm now, so these medicinal pills are already useless to me. I'm just giving them to you so they don't take up too much space. Even if you don't accept them, I still have to sell them. Why should I let others take advantage of me? Besides, it's just a bottle of medicinal pills. Why are you being so polite? Who do you think I am? Just accept it. Let me show you our sisterly affection." Tianxiao was finally moved. She said helplessly, "All right, I can't outtalk you." Mo Tiange stuffed the jade bottle into her hand. "I'll go first. There's only one inn in this town. Just go there and find me. By the way, the name I'm using now is Yi Xiaotian." Chapter 77. By the time she left, it was already late at night. The shops in the market square had long been closed, and there were only a few scattered lights on the street. Under these faint lights, Mo Tiange slowly walked towards the inn. That night, she talked with Tianxiao about many things that happened after they parted. The two of them were no longer the little girls from back then, and the image of each other was also very different from the image in her memory. Many things had to be talked about in detail. Just like how she couldn't adapt to Tianxiao becoming so gentle and gentle, Tianxiao also didn't expect she would live like a man now. She recalled how Tianxiao was passionate and lively while she was quiet and quiet. No one expected the next time they met would be like this. The affairs of the world were truly unpredictable. In addition, Mo Tiange deliberately observed her husband. Meng Sigui was very polite to her, but not overly affectionate. Although he wasn't very considerate to Tianxiao, he wasn't bad. She secretly asked Tianxiao whether Meng Sigui was good to her or not. Tianxiao only sighed and said this was the nature of a husband and wife. At first their love was strong, but gradually it was worn away by life. Meng Sigui didn't treat her badly, but he was a cultivator and she was a mortal, so he inevitably looked down on her. Upon hearing this, Mo Tiange knew she shouldn't intervene between husband and wife, so she didn't say anything. In fact, she roughly understood Meng Sigui's mentality. He gave up the glory and wealth of the secular world and came to Kunwu because he wanted to take a step forward on the path of cultivation. However, his aptitude wasn't good and his life was difficult, so he was naturally depressed and cared less about the people around him. However, thinking about it, she still felt a bit disheartened. Tianxiao had been married for only 4 or 5 years, but their love had already faded. If they were cultivators, they would spend most of their time cultivating. After hundreds of years, How much love could they have left? Wouldn't it be very sad if they became strangers? Thinking up to this point, she smiled bitterly in her heart. Sure enough, it was better not to get involved in matters of the heart. If she was like Tianxiao, wholeheartedly attached to someone, but couldn't get the same treatment, she would rather be alone for the rest of her life. Not far from the inn, Emotinga looked up and suddenly stopped. Two figures came out of the inn and sneakily disappeared into the darkness. If they were other people, she definitely wouldn't poke her nose into other people's business. However, she happened to know these two people. One of them was Jiang Chengxian, and the other was his follower, a short youth. She stood there and thought for a moment. Then, she made a prompt decision to retract her aura and follow them. Jiang Chengxian was at the critical juncture of building his foundation. But instead of staying on Mount Yunwu, he appeared here. There had to be a reason. In addition, she also heard that this person relied on the fact that he had a core formation elder. Although he had cultivation-level treasures, he didn't necessarily have any divine abilities, so she was confident she wouldn't be discovered. The two of them also retracted their auras and ran madly. Emotienga had to spend quite a bit of effort to follow behind them at a distance that was neither too far nor too close. He didn't know what these two people's goal was, but they ran for 2 hours straight, and he almost lost them a few times. 2 hours later, they entered a call, and the two finally slowed down. Seeing as they didn't notice her presence at all, she cautiously approached them. The two of them seemed to be looking for something. After circling around, Jiang Chengxian impatiently asked, "Are you sure it's here?" When the short man heard this, he replied in a flattering tone, "Senior brother Jiang, I did see that kid running here. His cave residence should be nearby. Then hurry up and look for it." As if he hadn't expected that Jiang Chengxian would hand over the hard work to him just like that. The shorty sounded somewhat unwilling. "What's wrong?" "And nothing. Senior brother Jiang, please wait here for a moment. I'm going to scout around. And go quickly." Soon after, the shorty reluctantly left, leaving Jiang Chengxian alone in this place. Emotinga pondered for a moment, then decided to stay where she was. No matter what happened, this person would eventually come back to look for Jiang Chengxian, so she might as well just wait here. From their conversation just now, she could roughly guess that they seemed to be looking for trouble with someone. However, this shouldn't be their purpose for coming from Mount Yunwu. Because the spiritual aura in this call was meager, the person who built his immortal's cave here should be an individual cultivator. She didn't believe they would run all the way from Mount Yunwu just to deal with an individual cultivator. There must be some other reason. From what she saw, it wasn't hard to guess that they must have had a conflict with someone in the market square when they passed by this area. Then they suddenly decided to teach that person a lesson. After a long time, the shorty who was instructed by Jiang Chengxian to scout still hadn't returned. Jiang Chengxian seemed to be somewhat impatient, so he stood up and looked around for a while before muttering, "Why is this guy so slow?" Right now, Jiang Chengxian was completely defenseless. If they wanted to kill him, it would be a heaven-sent opportunity. However, Emotinga wasn't Su Jingji. During the turmoil caused by the destruction of Yunwu sect, she didn't suffer any losses, so she didn't have any hatred towards Jiang clan. Besides, although this place wasn't Mount Yunwu, Jiang clan still had 2 core formation seniors. If they found out, they'd be in big trouble. She definitely wouldn't do such a stupid thing. After a while, when Jiang Chengxian couldn't sit still anymore, there was finally some movement. "Senior Marshal Brother Jiang, I found it." The shorty hurriedly ran over and gestured in a certain direction. "It's over there, but that formation is very powerful." "Humph," Jiang Chengxian said arrogantly. "With the heaven-breaking mirror in my hand, there's no formation I can't break." The shorty nodded repeatedly. Yes, Senior Marshal Brother Jiang. Shall we go now? And lead the way." Heaven-breaking mirror? Emotinga couldn't help but frown. Second uncle once told her there was a type of unorthodox magic weapon, or spirit tool, that specialized in breaking formations. Could this heaven-breaking mirror be one of them? Still following behind them, Emotienga didn't walk too far before she discovered traces of a formation among a mountain rock. This formation was called the Clear Sky and White Sun Formation. It was a rarely seen formation with extreme yang power, and wasn't a common formation. Its power was comparable to her 5 elements life and death formation, but it was slightly inferior in terms of hiding traces. Of course, this was only in her eyes. If she didn't have a foundation in formations, she would have to spend a lot of effort to discover it. Apparently, the master of this formation was also a talented person. The formation wasn't simple, and the place where it was laid was also good. The two of them stood outside the formation, and no longer hid their spiritual auras. Jiang Chengxian signaled the shorty to shout, "Brat, your grandfather's here. Quickly come out and accept your death." After shouting, he waited for a while, but there was no movement at all. The shorty continued to shout, "Surnamed Wei, don't think we can't do anything if you don't come out. My senior martial brother Jiang has a spirit tool that specializes in breaking formations. If you don't want to die, obediently come out and hand over the constitution-enhancing pills. Then we'll spare your life." Emotienga was stunned. Constitution-enhancing pills? Could it be that these two people took a fancy to someone else's medicinal pill, so they came to rob it? Speaking of medicinal pills, although she didn't concoct them, she knew a lot about them. However, she had never heard of constitution-enhancing pills. Judging from Jiang Chengxian and the shorty's behavior, it probably wasn't a simple medicinal pill. At this time, an angry voice finally came from inside the formation. "So it's you guys." The shorty laughed shrilly and said, "Isn't that your grandfather? What do you think? Hand over the medicinal pills, and we'll let you live. Don't even think about it." The voice became increasingly angry and sneered, "Don't you want to rob me of my constitution-enhancing pills?" In your dreams. If you have the ability, then come and take them yourself. Humph. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. You better think it through. Faced with this threat, the person inside the formation snorted coldly and no longer spoke. The shorty turned his head and looked at Jiang Chengxian to ask for advice. "Senior martial brother Jiang?" Jiang Chengxian hesitated for a moment before a stern expression appeared on his face. He said in a low voice, "Kill. He's just an individual cultivator. We must get our hands on the constitution-enhancing pills in his hands. We'll just kill him." Emotienga was quite far away, so she could only vaguely hear what he said. However, when she heard the word kill, she was slightly surprised. Cultivators cherish their lives, so they rarely fought with their lives. Unless there was a grudge between them, or if there was enough profit involved, they wouldn't easily kill each other. This cultivator said they came to kill him because they coveted the constitution-enhancing pills in his hands. What was this constitution-enhancing pill in the end? If this cultivator was really an individual cultivator, they would be in danger today. Jiang Chengxian had already cultivated to the 10th layer of the aura refining realm, and the shorty beside him was also in the 8th layer of the aura refining realm. In addition, Jiang Chengxian definitely had a treasure on him. If this person fought against them, the odds were against him. At this moment, Jiang Chengxian took out his spirit tool. Sure enough, it was a mirror. Presumably, it was the heaven-breaking mirror they were talking about. The mirror shone on the formation. In the absence of light and moonlight, a blue light shot out from the mirror and fell on the mountain rocks. Suddenly, a burst sound came from several places. A formation disc flew out. Emotienga was shocked. She didn't expect this spirit tool to be so powerful. She calculated in her heart. If it was her 5 elements life and death formation, it probably wouldn't be able to block this mirror for long. After the formation was broken, an immortal's cave suddenly appeared between the mountain rocks. Jiang Chengxian and Emotienga glanced at each other, then cautiously stepped inside. Emotienga didn't move from her hiding place. She hesitated for a moment, but in the end, she decided not to meddle in other people's business. This wasn't something she could meddle in. She also couldn't afford to provoke Jiang Chengxian. The sound of fighting came from inside the immortal's cave. It didn't last long before she heard a scream from inside. She didn't know if the individual cultivator had already been killed. However, the sound of fighting continued. After a long time, the sound finally stopped. A person covered in blood staggered out of the cave. Emotienga focused her gaze and saw that it was Jiang Chengxian. Once Jiang Chengxian came out of the immortal's cave, he immediately used light body technique and flew away. This scene puzzled Emotienga. Could it be that he suffered a great loss? She waited patiently for a while, but there was still no movement from the immortal's cave. After thinking for a moment, she secretly used her divine sense to probe the immortal's cave. Soon after, she was stunned. There was no one alive in the immortal's cave. After confirming there was no one else in the surroundings, she came out of her hiding place, took out her greenwood sword, and walked towards the immortal's cave. Once she entered, she saw a mess. Their fight of magical powers was obviously very fierce. The immortal's cave was already beyond recognition. Fragments of rocks and walls were everywhere. There were 2 corpses on the ground. One was the short man who was with Jiang Chengxian, and the other was an unfamiliar cultivator. Presumably, he was the one surnamed Wei they mentioned. Emotienga approached them and carefully examined them. Neither of them had a Qingquan bag on them. Apparently, Jiang Chengxian had taken them. She also didn't know what the constitution-enhancing pills they were talking about were. But in the blink of an eye, these 2 people actually fought to their deaths. After observing her surroundings, Emotienga saw a bookshelf lying on the ground among the rock fragments. She then picked up a jade slip that was still intact. Because she was worried Jiang Chengxian would return, she didn't even dare to deal with the corpses. She left the immortal's cave, circled around the mountain, and casually looked for a place to hide. Chapter 78. Emotienga laid a concealment formation and hid herself inside it. She stared at the jade slip in her hand inside. She felt she was becoming more and more cold-blooded. She still remembered that when she was a child, she always liked to read books in the ancestral hall's library. At that time, what she envied the most were the chivalrous heroes in the novels. They were skilled in martial arts, wielded swords, and traveled the world. Now that she had a cultivation level, she realized she couldn't even compare to the secular chivalrous heroes. Perhaps it could be said that this was the iron rule of the cultivation world. There were only immortals and no chivalrous heroes. There were also the few remaining righteousness and eternal benefits. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but laugh at herself. Why did she have to find excuses for herself? She was clear about what she could and couldn't do. She didn't want to be a bad person, but she also wouldn't casually be a good person. There were some things she shouldn't meddle in if she didn't have the ability. Otherwise, not only would it be useless, but it would also bring disaster to herself. Besides, in this world where everyone pursued their own interests, she didn't think she could change anything. The only thing she could restrain was herself. After calming down, she separated a strand of her divine sense and entered the jade slip. This jade slip was filled with densely packed words. She skimmed through them, but she was stunned. The content was the constitution-enhancing pill they mentioned. The jade slip wrote that constitution-enhancing pill was a miraculous medicinal pill passed down from the distant past era. If taken together with other medicinal pills, the effect would be enhanced, regardless of whether the medicinal pill was taken by an aura-refining cultivator or a nascent soul cultivator. What was even rarer was that most of the materials weren't rare. Only a few kinds of spiritual plants required a high age. Aside from some heaven-defying miraculous pills, this effect was simply unparalleled. According to the jade slip, if a cultivator took one during the foundation building realm or core formation realm, it was equivalent to increasing their chances of making a realm breakthrough. Emotienga was so excited that she felt a bit dizzy. She really didn't know where the cultivator Jiang Chengxian killed obtained it, and how Jiang Chengxian knew about it. After a while, she finally calmed down and thought of several problems. First, this constitution-enhancing pill had such a miraculous effect, so she absolutely couldn't let others know about it. Otherwise, her poor life would be in danger. Second, she didn't know how to concoct medicinal pills, and she couldn't give this thing to others. Did she have to learn concocting medicinal pills? The first problem wasn't difficult to solve. She wasn't a flamboyant person anyway, so she'd just keep this pill recipe for later. However, the second question made her hesitate for a moment. One had to know that the path of alchemy was not simple. Alchemists were all made up of countless herbs. The feeling of the ingredients, the control of the heat, and even the timing of opening the furnace were all inexplicable knowledge. One had to go through countless times of opening the furnace to slowly master it. Therefore, generally, powerful alchemists were cultivated by cultivation sects or large cultivation clans. Among small clans and rogue cultivators, alchemists were not only rare, but also had a low success rate. Although Emotienga felt that she could still be considered wealthy at present, it was still too difficult for her to train a concoctions master with just 3,000 spirit stones. Besides, she still didn't know whether she had the talent or not. After studying it for a while, she frowned, put away the jade slip, and looked outside. She sensed someone approaching. After a while, sure enough, someone hurriedly ran over. It was Jiang Chengxian. Emotienga pondered for a moment. She guessed that Jiang Chengxian might have come back for the jade slip in her hand. 2 people must have died just now, so he was nervous and left in a hurry. Now that he thought about it, he came back to search. Now that the jade slip was in her hands, she naturally wouldn't take it out. Presumably, she didn't leave any traces at the scene, so there shouldn't be any flaws. She calmed down and waited. Sure enough, after a while, Jiang Chengxian left flustered and exasperated. He simply didn't notice that she, the Oriole, had been following him, the mantis. With a faint smile, she continued to study the pill recipe. To be honest, she didn't take Jiang Chengxian seriously at all. He was merely a hedonistic young master. Although he had a cultivation level and treasures, he didn't like cultivating and liked to order others around. So his fighting skills were definitely not good. The fact that she followed him for so long without being discovered was proof. In this pill recipe, snow gall flower, yang locking grass, 7-leaf lotus, were all common spiritual plants. Only purple Ganoderma and green fern, that were more than 500 years old, were difficult to find. After studying it for a while, she realized that this constitution-enhancing pill wasn't as easy to obtain as she imagined. 2 500-year-old spiritual plants weren't that easy to find. Moreover, the probability of failure in concocting the pill. Normally, she definitely couldn't afford it. However, it was definitely necessary when she was trying to break through a bottleneck or make a realm breakthrough. Thinking up to this point made her happy again. Although her cultivation speed wasn't fast, she could still maintain the standard of 3 spiritual roots. The difficult part was making a realm breakthrough. Taking the current situation as an example, wasn't this medicinal pill just right for her to build her foundation? In that case, when she returned, she would discuss with second uncle whether she wanted to learn pill concocting or not. With this constitution-enhancing pill, she would have a higher chance of building her foundation. With this thought in mind, she put away the jade slip and simply sat down to meditate. Because of the change in the spiritual aura inside her body, she didn't dare to continue cultivating. However, her dantian and meridians were still the same as before. That cold spiritual aura didn't have any effect on them, which made her feel slightly relieved. Soon she entered a meditative state. She felt as if she had melted into heaven and earth. There were no emotions, no thoughts, no joy, anger, sorrow, or joy. Even her body seemed to have ceased to exist. The only thing left behind was her slow and rhythmic breathing. It was as if she was a feather fluttering in the air. But it was also as if she had become one with heaven and earth, until she couldn't even feel time. By the time she woke up from her meditative state, it was already daytime. She stood up and straightened her clothes, then used the light body technique to rush towards the market square. Of course, She took a big detour along the way, so that no one would notice where she came from. Before long, she returned to the inn. A waiter came to greet her. "Master Immortal, you're finally back. There's a guest looking for you." Oh, Emotinga thought for a moment. It was probably Tianxiao. They made an appointment yesterday, so she asked, "Where is she?" The waiter eagerly led the way. "She's waiting here. It's a young lady. This way, please." The waiter led Emotinga upstairs and lifted the curtain of the private room. Sure enough, it was Tianxiao. Tianxiao was sitting alone by the window. Upon seeing Emotinga coming in, she smiled. Emotinga also smiled back. Upon seeing the waiter's strange gaze, she suddenly felt a bit helpless. She was wearing men's clothes while Tianxiao was dressed like a married woman. They didn't look like husband and wife. This waiter was probably guessing their relationship. Emotinga took out a piece of gold and threw it to the waiter. "Thank you." This piece of gold weighed no less than 2 taels. The waiter immediately smiled and nodded repeatedly. "It's nothing. Is there anything else, young master? Please tell me." Emotinga shook her head. "There's nothing else. You can go." The waiter nodded and bowed before reluctantly leaving. Once the waiter left, Tianxiao looked at Emotinga with a smile. "You're really generous. You can casually give out gold." Emotinga smiled. "How could I be generous? It's just that for cultivators, gold and silver are no different from mud and stones. Let's go to my room." Tianxiao nodded, then followed Emotinga all the way to the backyard. It wasn't until they entered the room that Tianxiao cautiously said, "I still have to thank you for yesterday's medicinal pills." Emotinga shook her head. "I already thanked you yesterday. Why are you still being so polite to me?" "It's not that I'm being polite. Yesterday, my husband told me that the medicinal pills you gave me were ore-converging pills. Each bottle is worth no less than 200 spirit stones. We opened this small shop, and we only earn this much in a year. It's really too precious." Seeing how persistent Tianxiao was, Emotinga had no choice but to say, "All right, I'll accept your thanks. In fact, if it was several months ago, I definitely wouldn't have been willing to sell them. However, I've already reached the peak stage of the aura refining realm, so these aura refining medicinal pills are no longer of any use to me. You don't need to worry too much about it." Tianxiao couldn't help but laugh. "Just now, you said you weren't generous, but now you don't even take a few hundred spirit stones seriously. If you keep saying that, you'll have to be careful of me knocking you from time to time." Emotinga was stunned. The two of them smiled at each other and tacitly stopped talking about it. "Right, I prepared something for you." Tianxiao lifted the bundle in her hands. "What is it?" Tianxiao smiled mysteriously but didn't answer. Instead, she just opened the bundle. Inside the bundle were a comb, a mirror, various hairpins, and other miscellaneous items. Emotinga was puzzled. "This is..." Tianxiao pulled her up and pushed her to the table. While propping up the mirror, she said with a smile, "Didn't you say you've been dressing as a man for 10 years? I think you must have forgotten how to dress up. Before, you always helped me, so let me help you this time." "Ha! Sit properly." Tianxiao let go of Emotinga's hair and exclaimed in admiration, "You cultivators are good like this. You don't need to take care of yourself. Look at your hair. I'm sure you've never taken care of it, but it's so soft and smooth." Emotinga also smiled. "You're also a natural beauty. Why do you have to talk about me? Even if I'm a natural beauty, I still have to dress up. Mortals can't compare to cultivators. Why don't you think about it? Are there ugly women among cultivators? Every one of them is as beautiful as a flower. Just you wait. I guarantee you'll stare at yourself until you're stupefied." Tianxiao quickly combed Emotinga's hair and began to tie it up. A moment later, Emotinga stared at her reflection in the mirror. Sure enough, she was in a daze. The face in the mirror had beautiful eyebrows and eyes. It had a gentleness that men didn't have, but it also had a heroic spirit that women lacked. The combination of these two made her look even more beautiful and bright. Tianxiao moved closer with satisfaction. She looked at the two similar faces in the mirror and said, "Ever since I was a child, I've always thought you looked better than me. Look at how beautiful you look. Emotinga shook her head. I feel really strange. Don't. Tianxiao hastily stopped Emotinga's hand from wiping her face. She said in confusion, I'm the one who feels strange. Why do you have to dress as a man? I've been in Kunwu for 2 or 3 years now, and there are many female cultivators here. Although they indeed can't compare to male cultivators, cultivators respect the strong. No one would dare to bully a powerful female cultivator. This question made Emotinga smile bitterly. But right now, I'm still far from being powerful. There are so many high-level male cultivators. If there were 1 or 2, I don't want to be a concubine or a human furnace. Tianxiao said, I understand what you mean, but high-level cultivators rarely appear in the outside world. You also have a school to back you up, so there shouldn't be anyone who would dare to rob you, right? Furthermore, my husband once said that although cultivators can't truly purify their hearts and reduce their desires, they'll still try their best to suppress their desires in the secular world. Only those who are lecherous and have power would want concubines. As for human furnaces, in the righteous path, anyone who uses human furnaces to cultivate is looked down upon. So there aren't many people who want human furnaces. Emotinga naturally understood these principles better than Tianxiao, but she sighed and said, Then do you know about dual cultivation? Tianxiao nodded. However, Emotinga heard Emotinga say, Although dual cultivation is beneficial to both of us, I don't want to lose my own choice. She hesitated for a moment before continuing. Besides, other people only look down upon those who use human furnaces, because they don't have much use for them. If there are enough benefits, they wouldn't care about being looked down upon. Tianxiao heard the hidden meaning behind Emotinga's words. You're saying? Emotinga was somewhat hesitant. Second uncle said that this matter must never be known by anyone else, but Tianxiao. She said, My constitution is special. Reportedly, it's very suitable for dual cultivation or human furnaces, so it's fine if you hear about this, but you can't even tell your husband. If other people find out, it'll be a huge disaster for me. Emotinga's emphasis shocked Tianxiao. It's that serious? Emotinga nodded cautiously. Emotinga was willing to tell Tianxiao because their friendship wasn't ordinary, so she believed Tianxiao wouldn't divulge it. Secondly, Tianxiao didn't have much contact with cultivators. Meng Sigui was the only one she didn't care about. Furthermore, the two of them didn't know which cultivation group she was in. The name Yi Xiaotian alone was too common. Even if it was leaked, they wouldn't be able to find it in a short time. Moreover, she had long prepared to leave Yunwu sect after building her foundation. Chapter 79. After staying in the market square for a few days, Emotinga left. Although she recognized Tianxiao, they walked different paths after all. Tianxiao wouldn't leave her husband, and she didn't have the ability to protect them, so it was better for them to go their separate ways. Except for the first day, Emotinga didn't see Meng Sigui again. However, she gave several bottles of ore-nourishing pills and some cultivation notes to Tianxiao before leaving. Tianxiao didn't have spiritual roots, so she couldn't make Tianxiao a cultivator. She just hoped that Meng Sigui would treat Tianxiao better in the future, because of these medicinal pills, or because he was afraid of her cultivation level. After flying north for several days, she finally arrived at the gate of Tiandao sect. Among the 7 great cultivation groups in the Celestial Pole, except for Zhengfa School, which was located in the northernmost glacier area, the other 6 were in Kunwu. The 2 largest cultivation groups, Tiandao sect and Xianqing School, were located in the east and west. Tiandao sect was located in the northeast of Kunwu, separated from the Devil Path by a mountain. According to rumors in the Celestial Pole, the founder of Tiandao sect was a genius. 10,000 years ago, during the war between the righteous and the Devil Path, his name shook the world. Later, He led his disciples to establish a sect here. It was said that the reason he chose this place as the gate was not only to block the devil path's path to Kunwu, but also to train his disciples' combat ability. As it turned out, the founder of Tiandao sect indeed had a unique view. Not only did Tiandao sect's disciples not wear down the sect's strength because of the war with the devil path, but they also grew rapidly during the war. In fact, this phenomenon wasn't unique to Tiandao sect. Xianqing school and Gujin sect, whose strength was second only to Tiandao sect, both pursued the strategy of live in hardship and die in peace. However, their enemies weren't the devil path, but the demonic beasts in the surroundings. When she arrived at Mount Yuheng, where Tiandao sect was located, Imo Tinga saw Demonic Mountain from afar. Demonic Mountain was a snowy mountain tens of thousands of feet high. It was connected to Mount Yuheng, but it was more than twice as tall. At the foot of the mountain was a lush green forest. Halfway up the mountain was a layer of white. At first glance, it was pure white, towering into the clouds. It was said that Demonic Mountain was also the highest mountain in Kunwu. When Imo Tinga saw Demonic Mountain for the first time, she, like many people, sighed with emotion. The reputation of the highest mountain in Kunwu was well-deserved. But at the same time, she had a complicated feeling. This was the place where her father died. As for her father, whom she had never met, she still had feelings of admiration for him. When he was a child, his mother always said that his father was a very gentle person, and when the other villagers mentioned his father, they would always praise him for being very capable. Later, when they arrived in Kunwu, Yi Jingguan said his father was very famous in West Kunwu, and second uncle respected and loved his father even more. Therefore, in her heart, her father was a successful cultivator, as well as a competent elder brother and husband. Sometimes, she couldn't help but think that if her father was still alive, would she not have to suffer all these years? But every time she thought of this, she would warn herself not to be too greedy. Second uncle had already been good enough to her. He had taken on the responsibility of a parent and raised her. In order for her to cultivate in peace, he had worked hard to earn spirit stones. For her safety, he had taken her to wander around. It could be said that in these 10 years, second uncle had lived for her. What did she have to complain about? The small town at the foot of Mount Yuheng had gathered countless cultivators because of the Tiandao sect's illustrious reputation. The streets were neat, the shops were luxurious, and countless cultivators were shuttling back and forth at the foot of the mountain. Most of these cultivators were ore refining cultivators, but there were also many foundation building cultivators. Occasionally, she could even see 1 or 2 core formation cultivators. This was an eye-opener for Imo Tinga. Sure enough, Tiandao sect wasn't an ordinary cultivation group. Compared to it, Yunwu sect was simply a rural place. Fellow Taoist, wait. She was strolling on the street when she suddenly heard a voice behind her. Then, it seemed like someone was rushing towards her. She stepped aside and dodged. Aya! The person fell to the ground. It was a very ordinary-looking teenager. His appearance was ordinary, his clothes were ordinary, and his cultivation level was only in the 7th layer of the ore refining realm. There was almost nothing special about him. The teenager crawled up, ignoring her vigilant expression, and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, you have a fast reaction." Imo Tinga glanced at him, and discreetly put some distance between them. She said faintly, "What's the matter?" Her attitude was cold, but the teenager didn't care at all. He still said with a smile, "I'm He Bisheng. I don't need fellow Taoist's name." Imo Tinga frowned slightly and answered, "My surname is Yi. Fellow Taoist, what can I do for you?" "Oh, turns out it's fellow Taoist Yi. I don't dare to hope for you. But it seems you're also here to participate in the Immortals Assembly, right?" "Me too. And so are many of my friends. Since we all have the same goal, why don't we get together and talk about our experiences?" The words of the teenager who called himself He Bisheng made Imo Tinga speechless. She hadn't said anything yet, but this person was really talking to himself. However, he mentioned the Immortals Assembly. Did Tiandao sect happen to be holding an Immortals Assembly? No wonder there were so many people here. Fellow Taoist Yi, let's go together. It's better to make a last-minute effort than not, right? If we miss this opportunity, we'll have to wait for another 10 years. Although our cultivation levels aren't high, we might have a better chance if we communicate with each other. Although the teenager looked sincere, Mo Tiange wasn't moved in the slightest. She only said, "Thank you for your kindness, but there's no need. I want it. The teenager didn't seem to notice her refusal, and was still very enthusiastic. Fellow Taoist, you don't have to be so polite. We're all individual cultivators, so communicating with each other is better than nothing. Come, let's go this way." He was about to lead the way, but after taking 2 steps, he turned around and stared at her anxiously. Mo Tiange felt helpless. After thinking that she really didn't have any plans, she shook her head and followed him. Seeing that she was willing to follow him, the teenager smiled even more happily. He led her left and right, talking endlessly as they walked. Fellow Taoist Yi, you seem to be about the same age as me, but your cultivation level is actually in the 10th layer. That's really amazing. Could it be that you're a disciple of a cultivation clan? Mo Tiange shook her head. I'm not. In fact, she should be 3 or 4 years older than this teenager. It was just that she was small, so people always mistook her for a man. Ah, that's even more amazing, the teenager said enviously. Fellow Taoist, you must have outstanding talents, so you might be able to enter Tiandao sect without having to take the test. Mo Tiange didn't answer. She was now 20 years old, but her cultivation level was already in the peak stage of the aura refining realm. Even among the elite disciples of big cultivation groups, her cultivation level wasn't bad. However, she clearly knew that her fast cultivation wasn't because of talents, but because of medicinal pills. If it wasn't for second uncle's full support, and the many rewards she received from Yunwu sect, it would be considered good if she could have the same cultivation level as this teenager. Fellow Taoist Yi, I have 2 friends who are also participating in the Immortals Assembly. Their cultivation levels are a bit higher than mine. The 3 of us usually only cultivate hard and rarely communicate with others. We're also not proficient in fights of magical powers. Now that the Immortals Assembly is about to begin, we need to have some means to survive, not to mention winning. We have no other choice, so we want to communicate with others and make more preparations. In any case, we can't lose our lives. The teenager chattered endlessly. Mo Tiange didn't know what he was saying until the end. Soon, the topic was diverted to who knows where, but the teenager never stopped talking. Ah, we're here. Finally, the teenager stopped in front of an ordinary door and knocked on it. Mo Tiange heaved a sigh of relief. Although she pretended she didn't hear anything, it was still quite annoying to have someone talking next to her. Soon the door opened. A tall teenager stood behind the door. Upon seeing this person, the teenager promptly said, "Big brother Huang, I brought a guest." When the teenager saw Mo Tiange standing behind him, he also smiled. "Fellow Taoist, welcome, welcome. Come in quickly." After she stepped through the door, she saw that it looked like an ordinary house with a small courtyard, and a person was sitting in the hall. The door behind her closed with a bang and the teenager said, "Fellow Taoist, please come in." When Mo Tiange walked into the hall, the slightly chubby teenager also stood up. "Fellow Taoist." The teenager took a step forward and introduced her. "Fellow Taoist Yi, this is my big brother. His name is Hibishio." "Big brother, this is fellow Taoist Yi I met today. He's about the same age as me, but his cultivation level is already in the 10th layer. He's really amazing." The teenager called Hibishio was slightly surprised. "So it's fellow Taoist Yi. Second brother, you're pretty good today. You actually brought back a 10th layer fellow Taoist." "Of course." The teenager smiled proudly and politely welcomed her. "Fellow Taoist Yi, please sit and have a cup of tea first." "Big brother Huang, come quickly." "I'm coming." The teenager surnamed Huang hastily walked into the room. Mo Tiange sat on the guest seat, and took the spiritual tea the teenager handed her. She slowly blew on the tea and took a sip. She thought that this teenager's big brother, Hibishio, and the teenager surnamed Huang were both in the 9th layer, so they seemed to have put in a lot of effort. If she had enough spirit stones as her backing, she should have a high chance of winning the Immortals Assembly. When she put down the teacup, the 3 people in front of her became even happier. Emotinga calmly looked at the door then asked, "Fellow Taoists, why are you so happy?" The 3 people who were staring at her and laughing didn't stop. No one answered her question. The 3 of them glanced at each other, then the teenager said, Big Brother Huang, are you satisfied with today's goods?" Hibishio nodded repeatedly. "Not bad. Not only is this boy's cultivation level high, but his skin is also soft and tender. Later, if he's sold to a high-level female cultivator or a lecherous cultivator, we'll definitely be able to sell him for a lot of money." As they spoke, the 3 people once again laughed at each other. Their laughter was extremely vulgar. Emotinga wrinkled her brows. "Fellow Taoists, what are you talking about?" Still, no one answered her question. The teenager surnamed Huang also said, "Yes." Since this boy has such a high cultivation level at such a young age, his family must also be very wealthy. "I say, Bishing, are you sure he's not someone from a cultivation clan?" "I'm sure he isn't," Bishing said. "Look at his ordinary clothes. Moreover, do you think those young masters from cultivation clans would be as calm as him?" "If you put it that way, that's true." The teenager surnamed Huang nodded. "It'd be great if you could find this kind of goods every time." His words made Bishing very unconvinced. "Big Brother Huang, this isn't just about me. Why are you only talking about me?" The teenager surnamed Huang said boldly. "Aren't you responsible for getting the bait? Look at what kind of goods you brought a few days ago. They don't have many spirit stones on them, and even their spirit tools are very rotten. Can you blame me for that? Although there are people everywhere, not everyone is willing to come with me. Isn't that because you're not capable enough?" Enough." Seeing that Bishing and the teenager surnamed Huang were about to quarrel, Hibishio shouted at them to stop. "The 2 of you should also look at the time. Hurry up and get to work first." The 2 of them reluctantly glared at each other, then took out their respective spirit tools. Emotinga stared at them and said, "Fellow Taoists." "Haha." Upon seeing her like this, Bishing laughed and finally spoke to her. "Fellow Taoist Yi, could it be that none of your elders taught you that people's hearts are sinister, and that you shouldn't casually follow strangers?" Emotinga swept her gaze over the 3 of them. Instead of answering, she directly asked, "What do you want to do?" Hibishio rolled up his sleeves and said, "Don't be anxious. You'll know soon enough." Chapter 80. Emotinga slowly took another sip of tea and said, Hibishio. What good names. Why were you born? Why did you cultivate? Your parents were really smart." "Humph." Hibishio, who didn't understand the meaning behind her words, grinned nastily and said, "This sentence is used on you. You should regret meeting us. Why did your parents give birth to you? Why did they have to walk on the path of cultivation?" Emotinga didn't move, but the corners of her mouth curled up behind the teacup. The 3 of them glanced at each other, then took out their spirit tools and pounced on her. At that moment, Emotinga stuck a talisman on her body. In the blink of an eye, she was behind the 3 of them. With a wave of her hand, numerous transparent flying needles shot out from between her fingers. The 3 of them were shocked and hastily dodged, but she was too fast. Each of them was more or less pierced by a few needles. Among them, Bishing was the most miserable. His cultivation level was the weakest, so he realized it too late. The moment he turned around, the flying needles shot right at his chest. He simply didn't have enough time to react. These needles were as fine as cow hair. As soon as the 3 of them touched them, they immediately felt pain and itch where they were pierced. They turned pale with fright. Bishing's vitals were pierced, so his body went limp and he fell to the ground. This opportunity couldn't be missed. Emotienga once again waved her hand, causing them to dodge in fear. However, this time, the flying needles flew in another direction. In an instant, several hidden formation discs and formation flags in the corners of the room were either destroyed or collapsed. Realizing they were tricked, the other two were flustered and exasperated. As soon as they regained their footing, they swung their spirit tools. Emotienga's figure was like a ghost. A sword suddenly appeared in her hand and blocked the attack. Soon after, she shook her arms and threw out both spirit tools. The two of them hastily tried to retrieve their spirit tools, but at that moment, she waved her hand again. The three of them couldn't clearly see what she threw out, but they saw thorns growing from the ground and surrounding them. In just a few breaths, the three of them were like fish on a chopping board. Emotienga clapped her hands and sat back in her original position. The three people in the room were entangled in the thorns, wailing incessantly. At that moment, the three of them finally felt afraid. The youth surnamed Huang and He Bixing saw that their opponent was terrifyingly fast, and their spirit tools were completely useless in front of her, making them break out in cold sweat. He Bixing anxiously called out, "Daichi." He Bixio didn't have time to pay attention to him. He shouted at Emotienga, "You, could it be that you've been hiding your cultivation level?" Among individual cultivators, the three of them could be considered to have high cultivation levels. With the three of them working together, when had they ever been in such a difficult situation? Emotienga simply smiled and said coldly, "Short-sighted. Why do you need to hide your cultivation?" The strength of a battle of magical powers didn't just depend on one's cultivation level. These three people wanted to trick a newbie to rob them, but they didn't think about it. If they didn't have a clan, how could a cultivator who had cultivated to the 10th layer of aura refining still be a newbie? Emotienga had followed second uncle to wander around, so she'd seen fights of magical powers between foundation-building cultivators many times. She also experienced several life-threatening situations in Yunwu sect. People like them, who only dared to make a move after setting up a formation and using bewitching powder, had poor vigilance and slow reactions. They were much worse than the disciples of the three cultivation groups. How could they possibly be her match? Emotienga already felt strange being pestered by that youngster on the street. However, she'd experienced many fights now, so she was naturally more courageous. With just one look at his clumsy technique, she knew the other party was mediocre. In any case, since she was idle and bored, she might as well take a look. It would be best if nothing happened. But if the other party really had bad intentions, she'd just rob him instead. She just happened to need money for the pill recipe for the constitution-enhancing pill. So robbing was the fastest way to get it. However, she couldn't do this kind of thing. Now that someone was trying to deceive her, how could she just let him go? When she got closer, she discovered traces of a formation inside the room. She became even more certain that this was just a small scorching sun formation, so she didn't care about it at all. You, the youngster surnamed Huang said in astonishment. "You obviously drank some tea, so how could?" Emotienga raised the cup and took another sip. "Are you talking about this bewitching powder? One refreshing pill is enough." The main ingredient of bewitching powder was the fragrant jade flower. In the secular world, she was easily knocked out by someone using the fragrant jade flower. Later on, she put in some effort, so how could she not recognize it? Only now did the three of them realize that someone was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The youngster surnamed Huang looked at He Bixing, who was lying on the ground, and cursed. "It's all your fault. What kind of eyes do you have? This time we're going to die because of you." He Bixing was injured, so he couldn't speak properly. He anxiously said, How could you blame me?" "If I don't blame you, who should I blame?" The man sneered. "You're the one who brought them back." He Bixing was so angry that his face turned red, but his injuries were the heaviest. He was so angry that he couldn't even speak. Seeing his brother like this, He Bixio angrily said, Huang Weiren, normally, when my second brother brought people here, you always took advantage of them. You're blaming him for not doing his job, but why didn't you go yourself? Mo Tiange couldn't help but want to laugh when she heard this name. Huang Weiren. What a waste of a human. These three names really matched each other. Huang Weiren still grumbled to himself. How could I know he was stupid to this extent? Didn't you also not see it yourself? That's because I trusted him. Mo Tiange didn't know whether to laugh or cry. These three people must have problems with their brains. They were still quarreling at a time like this. This made her feel very unfulfilled. She knocked on the table and said, "Are you guys done quarreling?" The two of them immediately reacted and stopped quarreling. Hibishio stared at Hibisheng, who was lying on the ground and couldn't move. He struggled for a while, then begged, "Fellow Taoist Yi, Senior Yi, we had eyes but couldn't see that you were an expert. Please forgive us." Huang Weiren also said, Yes. It's all our fault for being blind. We actually couldn't see that you were an expert. Please be magnanimous and don't bother with us." Mo Tiange glanced at them, but didn't say anything. It was only when the three of them were scared that she finally said slowly, "Let you guys go? All right, let's talk first. How many people have you deceived? How did you deceive them?" The three of them were delighted. Hibishio and Huang Weiren also stopped quarreling. They looked at each other and pushed each other back and forth. You tell me. I don't remember clearly. I don't know how to talk." The two of them pushed each other back and forth for a while. In the end, it was Huang Weiren who said, "The three of us are individual cultivators living in the vicinity of Tiandao sect. We don't have any other skills and really can't afford to cultivate, so we thought of this method. There are a lot of foreign cultivators in Tiandao sect. Some of them admire the reputation of the #1 cultivation group in Kunwu, and some of them come to the market square to buy things. We thought that with so many foreign cultivators unattended, no one would find out if we deceived one or two of them. So we started this business without any capital. Your cultivation levels aren't low now, so you've been deceiving us for a long time? Didn't you run into any trouble with your meager tricks?" Huang Weiren said, "We did run into some trouble, but we've always been very careful. We didn't provoke people from Tiandao sect or people from cultivation clans. We only looked for some foreign individual cultivators. These people generally don't have much influence." There were a few powerful ones, but when we used formations and bewitching powder together, only a few of them could survive. This was reasonable. If she wasn't proficient in formations and couldn't recognize bewitching powder, she might have already fallen into their trap. With your clumsy deceit skills, some people actually fell for it? Upon hearing what Mo Tiange said, the three people present all had bitter expressions on their faces. Hibishio said, "We're also good at judging people. Some of the foreign cultivators came to Tiandao sect to exchange ideas with fellow Taoists, so we pretended to be Tiandao sect cultivators. Some of them came to buy things, so we pretended to have top-grade materials in our hands, but didn't know what they were. Oh, wasn't this very stupid? Recently, because Tiandao sect was going to hold an Immortals Assembly, many cultivators came. Most of them were country bumpkins who'd never seen the world, so Mo Tiange understood what he meant. There were many cultivators who'd come, and there were also many who'd never seen the world, so it was naturally easy to deceive them. Furthermore, the Immortals Assembly was more chaotic than usual, so no one paid attention to it. Those guys were so pleased with themselves that they forgot themselves. Seeing that she was young and had a high cultivation level, they thought she was a country bumpkin, so they couldn't wait to take advantage of her. In that case, you must have robbed a lot of things during this time. Huang Weiren looked at her with fear. In fact, it wasn't much. Mo Tiange smiled. Not much? Then hand them all over. If you hand them over, I'll spare your lives. It's fine if you don't want to hand them over. After I kill you, I'll take my time searching. Seeing the three of them struggling, her somewhat gloomy mood instantly improved. Using other people's bad luck to comfort herself was indeed very effective. Big brother, Hibisheng, who was lying on the ground, said with a sullen face, I don't want to die yet. Ibishio and Huang Weiren both had struggling expressions on their faces. The two of them communicated with their eyes. Upon seeing this, Mo Tiange chuckled softly and pressed her palm down. In an instant, all the flying needles flew back to her hand, including the ones on their bodies. Ibishio and Huang Weiren were in a better condition, but Ibishing had a lot of flying needles stuck in his body. Now that the needles came out from his wounds, he immediately howled in pain. Big brother, give them to him. Upon seeing his miserable state, Ibishio hastily shouted, Okay, we'll give all our things to you. Mo Tiange showed a faint smile. Throw me your Qingquan bags. Although Ibishing was injured, he was still the most afraid. Trembling, he immediately threw his Qingquan bag to her. Upon seeing this, Ibishio also clenched his teeth and took out his Qingquan bag. Huang Weiren was very unwilling, but the other two people kept staring at him. After staring for a long time, he finally made up his mind and threw his Qingquan bag. Mo Tiange caught the 3 Qingquan bags, opened them, and looked inside before casually stuffing them into her robe. She smiled at the 3 swindlers and robbers who were staring at her anxiously. She then took out a talisman from her Qingquan bag and threw it at them. Boom! The entire hall was surrounded by raging flames. The 3 people shouted one after another. You didn't keep your word. Didn't you say you wouldn't kill us? Mo Tiange turned around and walked outside. She waved her hand and said, You didn't hand over all your belongings, so of course you can't buy your lives back. I'll just take back half of your lives. After leaving the residence, she got her bearings and leisurely walked towards the street. These 3 people obviously didn't hand over all their belongings. However, she wasn't a professional robber, so she didn't bother to care about this. Although she wouldn't kill them, she still taught them a lesson to vent her anger. The fire just now was enough to make them half dead. She walked on the street with a smile on her face. 1 escape talisman and 1 fire talisman earned her several hundred spirit stones. This business was really good. Chapter 81. After dealing with the 3 unlucky people, Mo Tiange found a place to rest. Sure enough, it was the Immortals' assembly. The streets were full of people, and several inns were all full. Mo Tiange had no choice but to spend a bit more money to rent a hut from Tiandao sect. Soon after, she went to a shop belonging to Tiandao sect, a medicinal hall called 100 Herbs Hall. The Immortals' assembly was approaching, so the medicinal hall was crowded with people buying all kinds of medicinal pills. There was only one corner that was empty. An old man in the 2nd layer of the aura refining realm, wearing the uniform of a part-time disciple of Wuxia sect, was dozing off. Mo Tiange looked at the counter. It was the corner responsible for buying and selling spiritual plants. So she walked over and knocked on the counter. The old man guarding the counter opened his eyes, looked at her, and said lazily, Buy or sell? Her attitude was really cold. She recalled that when she hadn't entered Yunwu sect, and her cultivation level was still very ordinary. The shop assistants in Yunwu sect's shops also treated her politely. As the #1 cultivation group in Kunwu, Tiandao sect's part-time disciples were actually this arrogant. However, she was too lazy to care about this and just said, I want to buy some spiritual plants for pill concocting. Oh. The old man glanced at her. He probably thought she was a concocting master, so he asked, Type and quantity? Mo Tiange said, What's the price of the materials needed for primary medicinal pills? Oh, this sound was different from the previous one. The old man's eyes lit up. He stared at her and said, Fellow Taoist, are you a beginner in pill concocting? Mo Tiange nodded. There were many people who couldn't concoct medicinal pills, but there were also many people who wanted to learn pill concocting, so there was nothing to hide. The old man said, I also have a few common pill recipes. Do you want them? Mo Tiange originally planned to buy some pill recipes after buying them. Since he took the initiative to ask, she said, If fellow Taoist has them, I'm willing to buy them. Upon hearing this, the old man changed his cold attitude and said with a smile, Of course I do. I have ore-nourishing pills, restorative panaceas, spirit-purifying pills, refreshing pills, and so on. If fellow Taoist wants them, I can sell them to you at a lower price. How about 3 spirit stones each? These pills were the most common pills in the Taoism world. Pill recipes could be found everywhere, and were not rare. Therefore, their prices were very low. However, this low price was only relative to other pill recipes that could easily cost hundreds of spirit stones. 3 spirit stones wasn't a small amount for ordinary cultivation group disciples. The group only distributed about 5 spirit stones a month. Even if they worked hard to earn money, they would probably only get a dozen or so spirit stones, let alone individual cultivators. Therefore, after the old man finished speaking, he stared at Emotienga's face. Seeing that she didn't answer immediately, the old man said in a low voice, Fellow Taoist, this isn't the shop's price. If you go elsewhere to buy it, it'll usually cost around 5 spirit stones. You won't be able to get it this cheap. Emotienga was silent for a while because she was used to it. She wasn't rich and overbearing, so when she bought things, she would naturally save as much as possible. Because of that, she didn't answer immediately. Instead, she thought about it for a while. Now that she heard the old man's meaning, she finally understood. This old man was selling it privately, and the spirit stones went into his own pocket. That was why he looked like this. Being stared at by her, the old man didn't feel embarrassed at all. He just smiled. Emotienga muttered to herself for a while, then said, All right, bring me the pill recipes. I'll choose a few, and you can prepare the materials for me. The old man smiled, then took out a piece of animal skin paper and handed it to her. Emotienga chose 3 or 4 pill recipes from it. The old man glanced at them, then asked, Fellow Taoist, how many sets of materials do you need? Emotienga thought for a while, then said, 100 sets of each. In addition, I'll add the materials for ore-nourishing pills, marrow-supplementing pills, and unity divinity pills. 100 sets of each. 100 sets of materials was already a lot. The old man was a bit surprised, but he didn't say anything. He turned around, took the animal skin paper from the counter, and wrapped the spiritual plants one by one from the medicine cabinet in the back. There were also several kinds that needed to be kept fresh, so he directly took them out along with the jade boxes. These are the materials for 100 sets of medicinal pill recipes. Please take care of them. The counter was full of materials, and there were several jade slips on top of the jade boxes. Emotienga checked them. After confirming that they were indeed pill recipes, she asked, How many spirit stones do they cost? The old man's eyes shone brightly as he looked around. When he saw that no one was paying attention to them, he said, As for these materials, since you're buying so many, I'll give them a bit cheaper. 150 spirit stones. 3 sets of pill recipes cost 9 spirit stones. So the total is 159 spirit stones. Emotienga nodded. She took out spirit stones from her Qianquan bag, counted them several times, and handed them over. Being a bit cautious also showed that this was already a lot of money for her. So she didn't want other people to be greedy. This place wasn't like Yunwu sect. With second uncle here, she didn't need to worry about other people getting jealous when she spent several hundred spirit stones, because it was normal for foundation building cultivators to spend several hundred spirit stones. The old man took them with a smile. Thank you for your patronage. He earned 9 spirit stones for free, so this wasn't a small business. After putting all the materials into her Qianquan bag, Emotienga asked, May I know if there are any pill furnaces for sale here? Upon hearing this question, the old man once again showed a sincere smile. Fellow Taoist, you're really asking the right question. I'll sell you some pill furnaces. Although they're not high-quality ones, they're enough for beginners. Of course, if you want to buy a high-grade pill furnace, please come to our Tiandao Sect's Hall of 10,000 Tools. It's just next door. Emotinga said. I'm just a beginner, so I don't need a high-grade pill furnace. Let me see what kind of pill furnaces you have. The old man nodded repeatedly. He took several pill furnaces from under the counter and placed them on the counter. Please take a look. The smallest of these pill furnaces was a square foot, while the largest was a full 3 feet tall. Emotinga recalled Qinshi's pill furnace she saw before. It seemed to be a foot tall, but it was full of spiritual aura. Presumably, its size shouldn't have anything to do with the finished product, so she randomly picked a small one. How many spirit stones? All of them have the same price, 15 spirit stones. Emotinga nodded. She counted out 15 spirit stones and put the pill furnace into her Qingquan bag. The two of them were very satisfied with the transaction. Emotinga left 100 Herbs Hall amidst the old man's welcome again. She didn't know why, but when she heard the old man's voice, she felt it was very similar to the courteous tone of a brothel keeper in the secular world when she saw off a guest. She couldn't help but get goosebumps. After returning to the small house she temporarily lived in, Emotinga laid a formation, then took out the pill furnaces she bought, cleaned them, and placed them in front of her. She then took out several books and started to read. Second uncle said that for generations, almost no one in Yi clan learned pill concocting. There were only a few concoctions masters, but that was a long time ago. Therefore, there weren't many materials on pill concocting. The few that remained were also lost when Yi clan moved out of Mount Qingmeng. Fortunately, several years ago in Miwu Valley, she obtained several books. One of them was about pill concocting. The other books were good, so this one shouldn't be bad either. Thus, she took it out and compared it. The most basic medicinal pills in the aura refining realm were aura nourishing pills, so she naturally had to start concocting them. First, she picked up all kinds of materials and reviewed the precautions, the real fire for pill concocting, and the use of various hand seals. Only after she confirmed that she understood everything did she put down the book. She sat cross-legged on the praying mat and condensed her aura in her dantian. After a while, a wisp of spiritual aura naturally sprang out from her palm and instantly turned into a fiery red flame. Emotinga smiled when she saw the flame in her palm. This was dantian fire. Even if she didn't have fire spiritual roots, she could still release it. However, the quality of fire spiritual roots would increase the power of dantian fire. Although her spiritual roots weren't good, it was in the sense of the number of spiritual roots she had. Second uncle had tested her before, and just by looking at the pros and cons of each spiritual root, they were all pretty good. That was why she was able to force out the dantian fire so easily. She guided the spiritual aura in her hand, and the dantian fire turned into a long line. It reached the bottom of the pill furnace and quickly covered it. Soon the pill furnace was heated up. Her free hand flicked out a wisp of spiritual aura and opened the furnace lid. She quickly threw all kinds of ingredients inside and closed the lid again. In addition, she also sent a strand of divine sense into the furnace to carefully sense the fusion of these materials. The heat of dantian fire was much higher than that of ordinary flames. Soon the materials inside melted. At that moment, a muffled pop came from inside the furnace. Emotinga stopped the dantian fire, opened the lid, and stared at the materials inside the furnace gloomily. Most of these materials had melted, but they weren't perfectly mixed together. Instead, they turned into a pool of black water that sizzled and steamed. Emotinga heaved a sigh. She threw away all the failed concocting dregs and washed them with clear spring water before putting the pill furnace back on the table. Sure enough, concocting pills wasn't a simple matter. According to the book, although the quantity of various materials was roughly known, the fine details had to be learned by the concoctions master themselves. The reason why she failed in the smelting step was that she didn't have a sense of the medicinal pill's composition, so she couldn't grasp the quantity. She changed the materials and failed again, but a smile appeared on Emotinga's face. This time, when her divine sense entered the pill furnace, she could already sense the subtle sensations of the materials. So she washed the furnace again and continued to concoct pills. After quickly adding the materials, She used her divine sense to explore the furnace. She felt the materials inside were melting and fusing with each other. After a quarter of an hour, they finally turned into a complete medicinal liquid, and she could smell the rich fragrance of medicinal pills. After swallowing several restorative panaceas, Emotienga guided her spiritual aura into her dantian. An even fiercer dantian fire came out and covered the entire pill furnace. Under the high temperature, the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace began to boil and shrink little by little. Emotienga kept swallowing restorative panaceas to maintain the dantian fire. Now was the time to condense pills, so she needed to maintain a stable high-temperature fire. However, the spiritual aura of aura refining cultivators was too weak, so she could only rely on restorative panaceas to maintain the dantian fire. She didn't know how much time had passed or how many restorative panaceas she ate, but finally, the medicinal liquid in the pill furnace slowly shrunk into lumps, which then began to condense into pills. When the pills condensed, Emotienga happily stopped the dantian fire and opened the pill furnace. But in the next moment, her expression became extremely gloomy. The medicinal pill had already taken shape, but it exploded the moment she opened the furnace. She knew it was because she opened the furnace at the wrong time. Sure enough, concocting pills wasn't a simple matter. No wonder the book emphasized that only after opening the furnace dozens of times could one grasp the entire process of concocting medicinal pills. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a huge profit if she could make 1 or 2 spirit stones for each of the 7 or 8 kinds of medicinal pills, with only 1 or 2 spirit stones for each of the medicinal pills she refined? Because the success rate was too low, being able to concoct 200 or 300 medicinal pills out of 700 or 800 materials was already considered very good. Coupled with other investments, the profit was really not much. Shaking her head, Emotienga once again dumped the medicinal dregs, cleaned the pill furnace, and continued to concoct medicinal pills. Even if she didn't have talent, she would definitely succeed as long as she kept working hard. In any case, she had a lot of spirit stones now. When she ran out of spirit stones, she could consider giving up. Chapter 82. Several days later, Emotienga finished her pill concocting. Of course, she hadn't used up all of the 700 or 800 portions of medicinal pill materials. After hundreds of pill concocting experiments, she was able to grasp the whole process and made about 5 or 6 finished pills. Although the success rate of only 5% was low, considering she was a beginner, it was normal. Even if she was a great concocting master, her success rate was only 50 to 60%. Ordinary concoctions masters could only achieve a success rate of 30%. However, this result still made her depressed. No wonder Yi clan members weren't proficient in pill concocting. If this result was placed in a cultivation group, she would definitely be classified as someone without any talent. Since she knew her talent wasn't good, Emotienga didn't set a high goal. She only wanted to reach the level of 20 to 30% of ordinary concoctions masters. With her current basic understanding of pill concocting, she could probably reach a success rate of 30% after using up the 700 or 800 portions of materials. Then she could learn more difficult pill recipes. According to the pill recipe, this constitution-enhancing pill was a kind of medicinal pill that was quite difficult to concoct. The hand seals were complicated, and the control of the dantian real fire was also very subtle. It wasn't something that could be completed in a short time. After carefully calculating the cost, Emotienga realized she was still too optimistic. This time, she only concocted the most common medicinal pills. She spent nearly 200 spirit stones just to familiarize herself with pill concocting. If she concocted more difficult pills, the remaining 3,000 spirit stones wouldn't be enough to buy the materials. Moreover, with her current success rate, Selling the medicinal pills to buy materials for her to continue concocting pills was just a dream. In addition, the materials for the constitution-enhancing pill itself weren't cheap. The two 500-year-old purple Ganoderma and black fern probably cost more than 1,000 spirit stones. Even if she was lucky enough to use more than 3,000 spirit stones to practice pill concocting to the stage where she could concoct constitution-enhancing pills, she still wouldn't be able to afford the materials. After having a headache for a while, Emotinga suddenly realized something and couldn't help but laugh at herself for worrying too much. She had just started learning pill concocting. She didn't know how many years it would be before she could concoct constitution-enhancing pills. In any case, she didn't need to cultivate as hard as before. She could earn enough money in a few years. Besides, even if she obtained constitution-enhancing pills, she wasn't sure she could successfully build her foundation in one try. If she failed, she would have to compete for foundation building pills 10 years later. If she failed, she would have to wait another 10 years. She was only 20 years old now, so she had more than 100 years to live. What was there to be afraid of? With this thought in mind, Emotinga managed to extricate herself from the endless pill concocting. There was less than half a month before the Immortals' assembly of the Tiandao sect. There were more and more people at the foot of the mountain. Luckily, she had rented a house a few days ago. Otherwise, she would have to sleep outside. Emotinga strolled along the street, watching the crowds of cultivators coming and going. Now that she had reached the peak stage of the aura refining realm, she had hopes of entering the foundation building realm. And she also had a lot of money. Everything was going according to her wishes. The only exception was second uncle's imminent death. But this was something she had absolutely no ability to change. The lifespan of a cultivator was related to their cultivation and maintenance. The most important factor was one's cultivation level. The higher one's cultivation level was, the longer one's lifespan would be. Advancing to the next realm would increase one's lifespan by at least 100 years. For example, the lifespan of an aura refining cultivator was between 100 to 200 years old. Cultivators below the fourth layer of the aura refining realm could only live up to what mortals call 100 years old. However, once they broke through to the fourth layer of the aura refining realm, they could live up to 150 years old. If their cultivation level was extremely profound and reached the peak of the aura refining realm, they could basically live up to 200 years old. However, if they advanced from the aura refining realm to the foundation building realm, they could live for at least 100 years. Second uncle was originally in the middle stage of the foundation building realm. If he took good care of himself, he could live for at least another 50 years. However, the injuries he suffered a few years ago were too severe. Now, second uncle was only about 300 years old, but his lifespan was already about to run out. Since he had no hope of advancing to the next realm, if she wanted second uncle to live, she had to take longevity pills. Each pill could increase his lifespan by 100 years. However, longevity pills hadn't appeared for several hundred years. Even if they did appear, countless nascent soul cultivators would fight for them. How could they have a chance? Emotinga smiled dejectedly, then followed the stream of people and walked up the mountain. They were just small cultivators. How could they have a share of those peerless spiritual pills? They could only accept this fate. Tiandao Sect's monastery was indeed worthy of its title, as the #1 cultivation group in Kunwu. The entire monastery was carved from a huge piece of spirit jade. When the sunlight shone down, it reflected a 7-colored radiance. The light was flowing and overflowing, dazzling. There were also clouds floating and moving around the monastery, giving people a feeling that they were in a fairyland. Emotinga couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder Tiandao Sect's symbol was an immortal gate and auspicious clouds. As long as you saw their monastery, it would be very difficult for you not to remember this scene. Since she wasn't a disciple of Tiandao Sect, and the Immortals' assembly hadn't started yet, she naturally couldn't enter the monastery. Like all the other tourists, Emotinga took a turn then went back down the mountain. She didn't envy Tiandao Sect at all. Even if Yunwu sect was much worse than Tiandao sect, a cultivation group was still the same thing. It was just that Tiandao sect's treatment was slightly better. Of course, she didn't ignore cultivation groups. Although she had long planned to leave Yunwu sect, her ultimate goal was only to get rid of all this trouble. When the time came, she would still have to find a cultivation group to settle down in. For no other reason than to enjoy the shade of a big tree and avoid a lot of trouble. After returning to the town at the foot of the mountain, Mo Tiange remembered that she no longer had any restorative panaceas. So she casually entered 100 Herbs Hall. Inside 100 Herbs Hall, the front of the counter was still crowded with people. Mo Tiange looked at the layers of people and didn't want to be squeezed with them. She also thought that restorative panaceas weren't anything good, so it would be the same to buy them elsewhere. Thus she prepared to leave. Just as she was about to turn around, she caught a glimpse of the old man who sold her materials and pill recipes that day. He was still sitting in the corner, waving at her. And he's calling me, right? Seeing that she stopped, the old man waved his hand even more vigorously. Mo Tiange approached him with doubt. Are you calling me? The old man smiled and cupped his hands towards her. Of course. What did fellow Taoists come to buy today? Mo Tiange said. I just wanted to buy some restorative panaceas. Oh. The old man looked at her carefully again. Could it be that you also came to participate in the Immortals' Assembly? Mo Tiange didn't deny it and asked. Fellow Taoist, is there something you need? The old man smiled and said. It's nothing. It's just that we also met once. So I wanted to greet you since we suddenly met. By the way, if fellow Taoist needs anything else, why don't you tell me? Maybe I can help you. Mo Tiange glanced at him vigilantly. She just came to buy restorative panaceas, which shouldn't be eye-catching at all. Why did this person seem to want to build a relationship with her? The old man was also a shrewd person. Upon seeing her expression, he waved his hand and said, Fellow Taoist, please don't misunderstand. I just have some news that might be useful to you. News? Mo Tiange stared at him in confusion. The old man took out a piece of animal skin from somewhere and handed it to her. He said meaningfully, fellow Taoist might be interested. Mo Tiange took the animal skin and saw a line of words written on it. Hu Clan Store Sales List. She looked up at the old man in front of her, waiting for his explanation. The old man moved closer to her and said, Hu Clan is the largest cultivation clan in Tiandao sect. In this town at the foot of the mountain, aside from the several shops belonging to the school, Hu Clan is the most powerful. This sales list is used to deal with the inventory of some top-quality goods. Mo Tiange was confused. Since they're top-quality goods, how did they become inventory? The old man said with a smile, fellow Taoists might not know, but there are too many kinds of spiritual plants and objects in this world. Some things are very rare and of top quality, but they might not be wanted for a long time. If a big shop has been open for a long time, it'll accumulate a lot of these top-quality goods. If it wants to sell them, it's not good to directly put them on the counter. Even if it wants to put them on the counter, I'm afraid the counter won't be able to accommodate them. If it doesn't sell, it'll cost the shop a lot of its assets. Therefore, some big shops will clear their inventory every 30 to 50 years and hold a sales list. At that time, all the goods for sale will be displayed for people to choose from. However, the ground will be full of top-quality goods, so those who can attend the sales list aren't ordinary cultivators. They're all carefully selected and reliable people. His last sentence surprised Mo Tiange. That being the case, why did fellow Taoist tell me? The old man glanced at her and smiled cunningly. Because I saw that fellow Taoist is quite wealthy, you're very steady, and your cultivation level is also passable. Presumably, you're qualified for this sales list. Oh, Mo Tiange raised her eyebrows. Who are you, fellow Taoist? You can actually decide who qualifies for the sales list? The old man narrowed his eyes and smiled, looking quite pleased with himself. Although I'm not a high-level cultivator, I'm a member of Hu Clan. Every cultivator in Hu Clan is qualified to recommend 1 or 2 people to attend the sales list. I see. It was no wonder this old man's cultivation level was so low, But his work was good. It turned out he had a backer. Seeing that she didn't answer, the old man blinked his mung bean eyes. Fellow Taoist, don't you want to go? It's very likely you'll find some cheap goods there. Mo Tienga, who was still flipping through the animal skin paper, stared at the old man unhurriedly. Fellow Taoist, are there any benefits for recommending people? The old man was stunned. Soon after, he stroked his beard and revealed a somewhat treacherous smile. Correct. If a customer buys something, the recommender can get a 100th commission. Although it's not much, it's still a reward for your hard work. With a glance, Mo Tienga knew the old man wasn't telling the truth. The benefits were definitely more than what he said. However, she didn't feel like revealing such a trivial matter, and continued to slowly flip through the sales list. Seeing her like this, the old man was a bit anxious. He couldn't help but ask, Fellow Taoist, do you want to go? Mo Tienga looked through all the goods for sale, then said with a smile, I'm just going to see the world. It doesn't matter if I don't buy anything, right? Upon hearing what she said, the old man relaxed and nodded with a smile. You only need to pay the entrance fee of 2 spirit stones. 2 spirit stones? The old man revealed a somewhat cunning smile. Fellow Taoist, don't say that you can't afford it. This old man has a good eye for people. Although fellow Taoist doesn't look very rich, you should have a certain amount of wealth. Besides, there are so many top-quality goods. Even if you just want to watch the fun, 2 spirit stones isn't expensive. This old man mingled in the marketplace, so his eyes were indeed sharp. Mo Tienga smiled and nodded. All right, thank you. May I know when the sales list will be held? What's the story? Upon hearing her question, the old man took out a wooden identity tablet and handed it to her. Mo Tienga took it and looked at it. The material was ordinary. One side was engraved with the character, Who, and the other side was engraved with the number 125. The old man said, This number is your number. You might get a gift at that time. In addition, you have to have this identity tablet to buy things, so you can't lose it. When the sales list is over, Hu clan will naturally take it back. Mo Tienga nodded. The old man continued to say, The sales list will be held at 7 p.m. tomorrow night. At that time, fellow Taoists can go to the back door of Breeze Pavilion, which isn't far from here. There'll naturally be someone there to meet you. As for the form of the sale, you're free to choose. First come, first served. Fellow Taoist doesn't need to be afraid of conflict with others. Mo Tienga was very satisfied. She raised the animal skin paper in her hand and said, I'll keep this. Is that okay? The old man smiled from ear to ear. Of course. Since fellow Taoist wants to go, I'll naturally give it to you. However, please don't tell others about it. Of course. Then I'll take my leave first. The old man made a pleased gesture and said, Please help yourself. Mo Tienga cupped her hands and left the shop. On the way, she lifted the paper in her hand and smiled. Among the goods on the list, there happened to be an item with the words, several hundred years old purple Ganoderma, written on it. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.